Ποιο από το 3. Ποιο από το 3. Ποιο από το 3.
Ανοιχτό είναι. Ακούγομαι.
Εντάξει, ακούγομαι, εντάξει.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα σας. Σας καλωσορίζω στο σημερινό μας σεμινάριο, το οποίο ασχολείται με το Life Prohibit για την καταπολέμηση του περιβαλλοντικού εγκλήματος αποβλήτων. Ακούγομαι. Έχω την εντύπωση ότι δεν ακούγομαι. Στα πλαίσια του σημερινού μας σεμιναρίου έχουμε τη χαρά να φιλοξενούμε και να συμμετέχουν τον κύριο καθηγητή Τζουζέπε Σκορμπάτη, τον κύριο Γκέγκερλι Ήμρε από τη Μονάδα Περιβαλλοντικού Εγκλήματος της Ουγγαρίας και τον κύριο Κάρλ Φραουμπέρκερ, επικεφαλής της Υπηρεσίας Περιβαλλοντικού Εγκλήματος της Αυστρίας. Συντονιστής του έργου είναι το Υπουργείο Περιβάλλοντος και Ενέργειας και συγκεκριμένα η Γενική Διεύθυνση των Επιθεωρητών Περιβάλλοντος και Ενέργειας. Το περιβαλλοντικό έγκλημα αποτελεί σημαντικό πρόβλημα για την Ελλάδα και για όλες τις χώρες του κόσμου και οι επιπτώσεις του επιδρούν σωρευτικά και ενέχουν κίνδυνο για την ανθρώπινη ζωή και το περιβάλλον. Το έργο Life Prohibit, πρόληψη περιβαλλοντικού εγκλήματος με έξυπνες επιθεωρήσεις, όπως γνωρίζετε, είναι σημαντικό για την πρόληψη και την καταπολέμηση του περιβαλλοντικού εγκλήματος αποβλήτων. Έχει διάρκεια 4 ετών, με παράταση 2 επιπλέον ετών έως το 2026. Ο συνολικός προϋπολογισμός είναι 1.358.000 ευρώ, εκ των οποίων τα 739.000 ευρώ παρέχονται από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Οι 2 ακόμη εταίροι που συμμετέχουν στην υλοποίηση του έργου είναι το Πράσινο Ταμείο και το ΙΜΠΕΛ. Επίσης, πέρα από τους εταίρους, πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο στην υλοποίηση του έργου έχουν και οι συνεργαζόμενοι φορείς, οι οποίοι θα βοηθήσουν ενεργά σε όλα τα στάδια. Η εξέλιξη του έργου βασίζεται στην ευαισθησία όλων για το περιβάλλον και την προστασία του, με σκοπό την προστασία της ανθρώπινης ζωής. Αυτά τα λίγα από μένα. Σας ευχαριστώ θερμά για την παρουσία σας και τη συμμετοχή σας σε όλη αυτή την προσπάθεια η οποία γίνεται και αναμένουμε με ενδιαφέρον τα αποτελέσματα του σεμιναρίου. Σας εύχομαι καλή συνέχεια και σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Κυρία Λαζάρου, ευχαριστούμε πολύ για το καλωσόρισμα. Ναι. Και να συνεχίσουμε. Σήμερα είναι η δεύτερη ημέρα του 3ου σεμιναρίου το οποίο κάνουμε. Ονομάζομαι Ελένη Γλύπτη. Είμαι η Project Coordinator του προγράμματος Life Prohibit. Χθες ήταν η πρώτη μέρα του σεμιναρίου. Σας ευχαριστώ και σήμερα που σας βλέπω εδώ παρά τους 40 βαθμούς που έχουμε έξω. Επιπλέον έχουμε και γύρω στους συμμετέχοντες, γύρω στους 48 από ό,τι βλέπω συμμετέχοντες online. Δεν θα σας αναφέρω πάλι τα προκαταρκτικά για το Life Prohibit. Τα έχουμε πει πάρα πολλές φορές για το τι είναι το πρόγραμμα. Θα ήθελα όμως να κάνω μία περίληψη του τι κάναμε χθες, τι είπαμε. Χθες λοιπόν είχαμε μια πάρα πολύ χρήσιμη παρουσίαση από τη Διευθύντρια του Σώματος Επιθεώρησης Βορείου Ελλάδος, την κυρία Χριστοφόρου, σχετικά με το περιβαλλοντικό έγκλημα αποβλήτων και το χαρακτηρισμό των επικινδύνων αποβλήτων. Συνεχίσαμε με μία παρουσίαση από τους επιθεωρητές, τον κύριο Δαβάκη και τον κύριο Μαυρομάτιο, που προσπαθήσαν να κωδικοποιήσουν το νέο νόμο για τις περιβαλλοντικές επιθεωρήσεις, που ομολογουμένως είναι λίγο δύσκολος για μας, γιατί είναι η πρώτη φορά που έχουμε την εφαρμογή, εκτός από τις αρχής ο ρηπαίνων πληρώνει, και της συμμόρφωσης, όπου προσπαθούμε πια στη χώρα μας με κάποιο τρόπο να μπορέσουμε αυτό να το υλοποιήσουμε. Η κωδικοποίηση που κάνανε οι συνάδελφοι ήταν πάρα πολύ χρήσιμη. Όποιος ενδιαφέρεται θα την αναρτήσουμε και στο site του Life Prohibit, αλλά μπορείτε και οι ίδιοι να επικοινωνείτε μαζί τους και να έχετε και πληροφορίες γι' αυτό. Είχαμε μια πάρα πολύ χρήσιμη παρουσίαση από την κυρία Ρετζέπη, η οποία μας παρουσίασε ένα άλλο ευρωπαϊκό πρόγραμμα που είναι το Emeritus, που ουσιαστικά αυτό που προσπαθούν να κάνουν είναι μια πλατφόρμα όπου εκεί θα ανεβάζουν δορυφορικές εικόνες για να τις χρησιμοποιούμε εμείς στις περιβαλλοντικές μας επιθεωρήσεις. Το χθεσινό μας σεμινάριο συνεχίστηκε με μία παρουσίαση από την επιθεωρήτρια της Νοτιού Ελλάδος, την κυρία Δρούζα, όπου μας έκανε μία προκαταρκτική περιήγηση στον κόσμο των δορυφορικών εικόνων και των drones. Σήμερα θα εστιάσουμε πολύ περισσότερο σε αυτά. Και τελειώσαμε με την παρουσίαση της πρώην ειδικής επιθεωρήτριας της Ειδικής Υπηρεσίας Επιθεωρητών Περιβάλλοντος της κυρίας Καραβασίλη, που τώρα πια είναι και μέλος του ΔΟΣΟΥ της ΜΚΟ Eco City, όπου μας είπε λίγα πράγματα για την εφαρμογή της συνθήκης του Άρχους και την πρόσβαση της κοινωνίας των πολιτών στην περιβαλλοντική πληροφορία. Σήμερα λοιπόν η μέρα είναι αφιερωμένη ουσιαστικά στην πληροφορία, στην ανταλλαγή εμπειριών και στην παροχή γνώσης από συναδέλφους μας και ειδικούς που προέρχονται από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Έχουμε λοιπόν την τιμή να έχουμε μαζί μας τον καθηγητή, τον κύριο Σκορμπάτη, τον Chief Inspector της Αστυνομίας, τον κύριο Ήμρε, και online θα είναι και ο Chief Inspector από το Environmental Crime Service της Αυστρίας, ο κύριος Φραουμπέργκερ. So, dear Giuseppe, dear Gegerli, and Carl, I'm really honored. The Greek Environmental Inspectorate is honored that you are here, you came to our country, and you came to our seminar in order to exchange with us your knowledge, your experience. As an environmental inspectorate, for the near future, we have two challenges. The first one is to complete by May 2027 the national strategy for the battle against the environmental crime. And the other one is to complete the program for the waste shipment. So we need our experience, we need our knowledge, and I am sure that after this seminar, we will be richer in experience, in knowledge, and in cooperation with you. Thank you very much. And please, Giuseppe, the floor is yours. So you are going to have η πρώτη παρουσίαση, the first presentation will be the use of artificial intelligence in environmental crimes. Is it your first one?
Yeah.
Okay. Άρα λοιπόν η πρώτη παρουσίαση του κυρίου Σκορμπάτη θα είναι η χρήση της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στη μάχη για τα περιβαλλοντικά εγκλήματα. Είναι μια νέα καινοτόμα προσέγγιση για την οποία θα μας μιλήσει. Ευχαριστώ.
Yes.
Thank you. From here.
Okay.
Please,
Uh,
it's right the amount.
Okay.
Mm.
Thank you so much, everybody. First of all, to the organization for inviting me, and it was an honor. And we tried to bring you the work that we made in this last year. First, to understand what artificial intelligence is, because everybody is speaking about artificial intelligence, but nobody has exactly the perception of what it is. And if you know what it is, you can also understand how it works, and you can also understand all the risk and all the advantages that its use create with us. So I have a very thought presentation because I collapsed some slides that I used in past. And the main one use that we made of it was a presentation that we delivered last year in the 4 network conference in Rome, in which Impel, which is the inspectors network to which I belong, EMPE, which is the European network of the prosecutors, EUFIE, which is the European network of the judge, and NVCrimenet, which is the European network of the police, was attending this new big conference, and we were asked to explain to the people at the European level what could be the use of artificial intelligence in this field. But first, let me say some word. As I said, it is a big presentation. I will let to the organizer, so you can see also the part that I will skip because we have time constraints, and I will like also to show to you some new information regarding the use of drones that we make in Italy and so on. So let's keep from here to there to have the best possible information for you. Okay. I'm sorry, but it doesn't.
I think you should use.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So we'll speak about artificial intelligence and how it works. I will speak to you also about some examples and counter examples, if possible, and about some legal aspects that we face in using artificial intelligence. Please stop me, ask me if you have some doubt, some information, because it's not a classical presentation, but I need to have interaction by you to understand if my presentation is good for you. First basic concept: the artificial intelligence is a concept that is in place from many years. We are speaking about artificial intelligence starting from the 1950, 1952, and the 2 fathers of artificial intelligence were, as you know, Alan Turing and John McCarthy. And the definition of artificial intelligence was made through what is called the imitation game. It is said that a tool has artificial intelligence if you cannot distinguish the result of the use of the tools with the result of the use of human mind. So the concept is very broad, but we see that recently it has been restricted in a very more comprehensive way, because the first definition of artificial intelligence could be applied also to an elevator. I push a button, it brings me to the floor that I want. The elevator is intelligent because it corresponds, not so obviously. So let's see which could be the definition. But first of all, to understand what artificial intelligence is, we should talk about some characteristics of a human intelligence to see where we are and which are the parallelisms that we can use. We can think that human intelligence has 2 characteristics. The first one, the definition and use of models, and the other one is accumulating and using the experience. What does it mean? First, from a side, we have the capability to discover a cause and effect relationships, and to make with this knowledge a kind of modeling of the reality. So I know the why of the phenomena, and I use the knowledge to make some prevision, to make some action based on the knowing on the relationship between a cause and an effect. From the other side, we have an experience, and we have to handle a new situation, for example, and we use what we saw in past to handle the situation. We don't know which are the relationship between the factors that we have in place, but what we saw before is helping us to make something. If I touch a fire, I understand that I make 1, 2, 3. Next time I do not do it because I know which consequences I have, but I don't know which are the relationship between the fire and the sensation that I have. So how to use that capability? We have from the side the definition of the general laws. All the physics laws are based on the knowledge of a relationship between objects. But from the other side, we can use the elaboration of statistical models. Statistical models describe the reality, but it is only a description, not enter inside the mechanism of the reality. And we can use the tools, using from a side the models for making some prediction, and we can use the statistic for making some prediction as well, obviously. And this, you can see the chart in the presentation if you need. This is the first kind of intelligence, the relational intelligence, the intelligence based on the models. I know a law, which is this line. I study a condition, I can have a forecast about the condition knowing the law. I can generalize in every point of this relationship, which could be the result if I put inside a specific input and I have an answer. From the other side, what is statistic? I have many situations. I put this situation on a chart with from the side the condition, from the side the result. I can achieve something that is similar to the law, but this is based only on the experience. I have many points that I gather with experience, so I can make some prevision made on the experience. So how could we transfer to a machine this kind of capability? The first kind of intelligence is the capability we just said of modeling the reality, capability to describe cause-effect relationship, capability to know the reality, capability to know how it is made and which are the components and how all the components are connected in each other. And in this case, the human explicit model impose a rule to the data to extract some results. From the other side, we have the accumulation and use of experience. So we can make a prediction based on the statistic. I saw that the fact happened a lot of time, so I can assume that in future I will have the same behavior. How to teach the two capabilities to the machine? This is a very, very, very hard problem to solve. What is clear that you cannot teach a machine any way to discover relationship from a physical point of view. A machine will never be able to say to you which is the law, which is the rule that connect the reality. But a machine can use experience. How? What is experience? Is a very, very big number of data that you feed into the machine. You can have some statistical elaboration of the data, and so that machine, on a statistical basis, can give you the answer that you need. So you can teach to the machine how the reality is made, but to teach the machine how the reality is made, you need to feed inside the machine a lot of information that you need for what you want to have answers. Getting inside the problem that we have. If I want to know if a person may be a criminal or not in environmental field, I have to know, I have to have in my archive, in my database, a lot of situation, a lot of description of a lot of people that was a criminal, and I get out some information to make an analysis on the people, on the person that I want to analyze. So what we can say is this artificial intelligence is was deployed in this way only with the big computers that had the capability to elaborate a lot of data from a certain point of view, but you need also a very, very, very big amount of information to have a viable statistical model. So making a difference between data processing also in this way. From a side, you can have a situation in which, this is a classical situation, the deterministic intelligence situation, in which I have a program, I feed the program with the rules, with the algorithm that I as a human being, I decide to be, and I feed the data inside the machine, and I have answers from this. With artificial intelligence, I feed the data, I feed answers, and I get rules that I can apply to the new situation. The problem is that I have a new way to calculate and to make an evaluation of new data. But the real problem is that the answer that I get with an artificial intelligence system are elaborated through a kind of black box, and anybody knows actually how it works, because the machine is autonomous in creating its own rules. They are so complicated, so big that anybody of human is able to understand which is the rules that the machine implemented. We can only know that it works or doesn't work, making some trials, but you cannot at all define the rules for which the machine rules works. And you can understand that this kind of situation in a judiciary process is not so easy to manage, because when I go to a judge and say, listen, for my opinion that people is criminal, he asked me, but would you like please to explain me why? I cannot say, because I know a lot of other people with the same behavior that was criminal. This is not a good solution. This is not good answer for a judge. And so you can see also that is the first item that is very, very big, and that for a certain extent motivated also the ruling from the European Union with the Artificial Intelligence Act. There is a very, very, very big problem of protection of a human being, protection of a network person, because everybody has the right to be judged not on the basis of the statistic. For example, the behavior of the ethnical group to which he belongs to, but he has to be judged on the basis of its own personality and its own real life. So this is a first indication of some of the problems that we have. But it works, But let's see now some examples and how we can go forward. So the first things to do is to have a shared description of what artificial intelligence is, a clear definition of it. And you can find, for example, this definition in that Artificial Intelligence Act that I just say to you is going to be issued by European Parliament in a few days. Artificial intelligence system means a machine-based system that is designed to operate with varying level of autonomy and that may exhibit adaptiveness after development, and that for explicit and implicit objectives infers from the input it receives how to generate outputs such as prediction, content, recommendation, or decision that can influence physical or virtual environment. I underlined in red some very, very critical part of this description that brings you a little bit more in depth of what artificial intelligence is. Because now we are in the condition in which not only we teach with examples to the machine what to do, but the machine up to date is able to teach by himself from new data, how to improve the mechanism, how to improve the algorithm that he used to produce his out. So we are in a situation in which we have not only machines that can do autonomously what you learned them, but we have the condition in which the machine learn to himself what to do. And you can understand this is a critical condition. Again, the machine can adapt the results on the basis of the new data that was collected to modify and to improve, let's say, the results of its analysis. And the other problem is that if you study an algorithm to have a certain kind of result, you can also use that algorithm to infer other questions. So there is a kind of adaptiveness of the system. And so the fundamental concept of the use of artificial intelligence is that you have a tool that can infer an answer from what you say, but that answer is a kind of statistical evaluation based on statistical evaluation of the information you gave to the machine, and furthermore, and to the information that the machine was able to collect autonomously. And so there is, again, here you can understand that there is a big issue about the control of the system. So to make, again, a clear example of what you have to do to deploy, to train and to deploy an artificial intelligence system. Take a case in which you have an object, a situation, which would be a criminal, it could be an environment situation, which is related to a specific negative, non-positive, to a specific issue. And so you want to know if a similar situation can have the same kind of issue. So what you need first, you need that this situation, which is the situation at the basis of your analysis, should be described through many characteristics. You have to accompany the situation that you want to put as first example with many information that in digital form, naturally, that gives you the digital description of the situation that they're studying. If you take into consideration Giuseppe Sgorbati, for example, as example, you have to say how old is he, where he lives, how many children he have, the type of car, his bank account, etc., etc. All the situations that can describe at best which is the object that you are studying. And obviously, you have to couple this information to the fact that I in past committed or not a crime. So there is a first description of me and connected to the fact that I was a criminal or I was not a criminal. So what can I do? I take a number of people and I try to find in this number of people who had the same characteristic that I had. So the machine can choose in the not known group of people, if you have the same kind of information to describe them, if somebody has the same characteristic that I have, so I infer that he can be a criminal. Obviously, the training on a machine cannot be made only with an example. So not only people which is tall like me, which only one daughter like me, etc., should be a criminal or not should be a criminal. So you have to add a number of examples, positive examples, which, for example, were criminal, and negative example, which was not criminal. So you put all this information in the machine, and again, the machine study an algorithm, and you do not know how it is being produced, and you apply to the unknown population this algorithm. You can select in a better way that one that should be, through an inferential project, prone to the same problem that you want to look for. So you can understand that the mechanism can be very, very efficient, but it is also very, very dangerous from other point of view. And you need information, you need a data scientist, you need to use some basic algorithm. You can find on the market a lot of algorithms that you can adapt to your needs. Obviously, you have to be a data scientist, and again, you have to have a lot of information to feed, to train the machine. Some issue regarding training of the machine. It is clear that the training set, what we call training set, which is a quantity of information that you feed in the machine to have an algorithm to be applied to the reality, the training set should be very, very, very connected with the reality that you have to study. I cannot use a machine that has been trained with USA data, for example, to study a situation in Europe, because the laws are different, the condition of the environment is different, etc., etc., etc. We have a lot of examples in which this trial gave a bad result. But furthermore, in criminal policy, we have examples of what we call bias, which is very dangerous. The USA policy used artificial intelligence to study the possibility that the people that was arrested was a criminal or not, to go forward with the prosecution and so on. And what they used all the information they gathered in past with arrested people. But you know that in the United States in policy, there is a kind of racial problem. So the main quantity of information about arrested people was regarding to Black people. So the machine was trained so that if you had two people, white one and black one, and they were analyzed to see if they were potentially criminal or not, the Black people was identified as criminal, the white people was not identified as criminal, because the machine was trained on a database which have a priority on classifying people on the basis on arrested people, and the arresting of the people was based on a certain kind of behavior by the police. So this system was used for many years, but many states decided to eliminate the kind of system to classify people because you can understand it is very dangerous. At any rate, it is against the fundamental human rights of being evaluated by what you are and not by a kind of inference and prejudice, I would say. And it is the same for all the other situations that we say, not only so dramatic as that one that I told just you. There are many uses in past about the artificial intelligence in environment protection, and one of them it was the study of how to apply the artificial intelligence to study the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals from the United States. And the important thing is that we can see that artificial intelligence can be useful for sustaining the development in a right way, but from another way, we can also say that artificial intelligence is against the sustainable development. There is an important paper which is was issued by United States. There is a specific work group about the use of artificial intelligence also in the United States, and they evaluated that artificial intelligence is a tool that can be used by large organizations, multinational organization, by very powerful states and so on, while in the same time, smaller industries and less developed countries has not the same potential. So they envisage that there can be a bias in using the artificial intelligence in favor of maintaining a profit and so on in big organizations and big states against small states. So again, artificial intelligence, as every tool, as every weapon, can have a positive impact, but could also have a negative impact. And this is the reason why everybody in Europe in this moment is struggling to put rules for a correct use of artificial intelligence. And the problem is felt also in the United States, but they are not so convinced that they can put some limits in use of artificial intelligence because, you know, the market in the United States and the influence of the United States on the rest of the world are so big that they do not want to have any kind of constraint regarding this kind of topic. But let's go forward. Some practical examples. We are studying the activity. We studied what the US EPA did in past, as it's doing with the use of artificial intelligence. And the first things to know is that they decided in the period 2013-2017 to modify completely the way they collected data to set up big databases to make to base their policy about inspection on analysis of the data. So in the moment they have billions of data regarding the industries, the environment situation that they have in their archive, that before they were using only with some quite simple data analytics tool. And after all, they decided to turn to the use of artificial intelligence to aim at best the inspection, for example. One of the aim of US EPA was to face the situation in which also them had a reduction of resources because of the economical situation. So they decided that they want to be more effective in find out possible infringements in the group of the industry and so on. Before they had what they call hit on targets, which means the number of not legal situation found on the basis of all the situations they examined, about of 50%, and they decided that they want to increase this hit rate to be more effective. This is a situation that they have in this moment in the United States. They say that it's not enough good for them, but they say it's very, very good from our point of view. This is the representation of the regulated facilities, which are the industries and installations so on that have an authorization that have to be checked periodically. And this is a group of the number of the installation and site that they can inspect every year. And it's about the 10% for every year. I would be very, very, very happy to be able to check only the half of this number in my country, but they are not satisfied with this, and they want to improve the number of hit rates, not increasing the number of inspections. And the first examples in which they applied artificial intelligence was the inspection planning for the installation on the management on solid, hazardous, and non-hazardous wastes, and based on a specific legal act they have in the country. And they used to train, to stop the system a specific algorithm, which is called the random forest algorithm. I do not explain to you, but it's a kind of use a trees of events and collecting many trees of events to see which one works better, etc., etc. But they tried also 4 different tools. But how this system was trying? Using a subset from 15 years of historical data regarding installation, including tens of thousands of variables such as facility characteristics, location, industry, shipping, etc., and the historical enforcement and compliance data. The problem that we have in Italy at this moment, I don't know if the same problem you have in your country at this moment, is that from a side we have the environment databases, and from the other side we have the justice databases. So we have many information about the industries, but it's hardly to connect the judicial story of that industry, because there are no connection between the 2 databases. They were able to create this situation. So they had a good training set in which they had the characteristic of the plant, and also if that plant were in a illegal situation or not. And this was the training set, and the algorithm were trained with millions of data. You can understand which kind of problem they had. Anyway, making some trials, retrospective trials, they they create a data set. They took apart a part of the data set to make trials, and they used the rest of the data set to train the tool. They applied the algorithm on the part of the data set that they took apart. And what they saw that they were able to increase the hit rate of the inspection from 38 to 65%. So they were quite able to double the capability to understand if an industry was prone to be illegal or not. And this is viable in inspection activity from my point of view. And there is no restriction from this point of view, because anyway, it only gives you the opportunity to make an analysis, but you have to go there to evaluate if there is actually an infringement or not. So artificial intelligence coupled with human activity in support of human activity is viable from this point of view. It can help you to be more efficient, to be more effective, but this is done in this way. It is only a steering mechanism that you have to consider and that you can use. And another thing is in this case, also from the European law, the activity is viable because you are speaking about legal entities and not personal and not natural people. You can apply all the tools and also algorithms on legal entities such as sites, installation, and so on, but you cannot apply this kind of mechanism on natural persons. That's another example, but another example is with regard to the protection of the water environment. Also there, in the United States, they're using they have to give to installation authorization for liquid discharges in rivers and so on. So they have again also here the need to check if that activity is made in the right way or not. And again, they have to set up also here inspection program, and they decided to try an algorithm to be supported in this activity, and they used they take off from the system about 1,800,031 etc. installation that were the first training set. They refined the training set, and the algorithm were trained with only 300,000 of installation. And so they used the analysis to rank the installation in terms of risk of infringement, and they saw that they were able in this way to correctly predict the behavior of an installation with the precision of 94%. You can understand how this kind of mechanism can be useful to steer your program. Obviously, what you have to bear in your mind is that you cannot base this kind of program only on the results of artificial intelligence. You have always to take apart a set of industry, maybe by, let me say, political choice. Maybe there are some illness in a part of your country. You need to tackle kind of situation, of whole situation. So you cannot rely only on automatic mechanism, but we have also to consider some priorities that you have in your countries from side, and from the other side, if you have only an automatic system, and industries know that they are not in a high risk area, they can decide to not to comply, because they think that the probability in which you can find them in an illegal situation is so low, because you are expecting only high risk installation, that it can be a disincentive to be compliant for people which have a low risk scoring. we in Europe as using other kind of criteria to plan inspection. All of our countries in Europe in this moment are using, because of the IAD directive, have to plan the activity and inspection, because we have to go for making inspection once a year or maximum every 3 years, depending of the risk of installation. And in this case, the risk of installation that is discussed in the IAD directive is related to the quality of the environment, is the fact that the industry had in past also some illegal behavior or not, and health situation in the neighborhood of the industry and so on. So in reality, the European system is based on a cause-effect relationship, not on a statistical way. And you can always apply a cause-effect algorithm also if you have only limited number of data for your analysis. Whilst in the other case, you can rely only on big statistics. So there is a difference. We still use in Europe an effective way to plan inspection based on environmental risk, which is quite different than one used in the United States that is based on the fact that an industry can be compliant or not. Between environmental risk and being compliant, there is a big difference. Because if I have a non-compliant situation in a desert, I have no environmental risk, for example. But if I have a quite compliant situation, but I have a lot of people around the industry, a very sensitive environment, and so on, maybe the risk is higher, because if there could be some kind of problem in this installation, the damage could be big. So it's a different philosophy, but anyway, we here in Europe, at least for the situation of IAD, have an alternative system that can be viable. Let me go forward. It's a very complicated, but we discussed it some years ago, the possibility to explain the Italian system in which we prepare this kind of industry design, which is quite similar to that one used by Impel, Iran, but it is an evolution. But I will be happy to explain to you, but not now, obviously. So there is another field in which artificial intelligence can be used, and is in regard of self-reporting of industries about the environment check that they have to do. In many legislation, and in Italy as well, but in the United States, industry have to send to the EPA the data of the self-checks that they made, and based on this data, use EPA to prioritize the inspection or not. So the problem is, how could I be sure that data sent by the industry are good or not? You have two ways to identify this condition. First one, I'm making a kind of statistical analysis of how the data behave. If you see that there are some interruption in the series, or the series has not normal behavior if compared to other pollutants and so on, you can infer that could be some falsification in the data they sent. But you can also use some artificial intelligence tool, because again, if you feed into the machine a lot of cases, a lot of examples in which the data was correct and the data was false, again, the machine is able to determine on new data if they have a high probability or low probability to be false or to be right. This is another kind of use related to the data analytics that they're using in this way. About illicit waste trafficking, we are trying to study in Italy if we could use the database that we have at present to analyze the database to find out situation in which you can have some infringement. In this moment, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 basic database in Italy that contains information about service providers who create, generate wastes, who dispose wastes, and so on. And all that information are distributed in this quantity of database. We have a database that speaks about the production of wastes, a database that speaks about the transport of wastes, a database which speaks about the inspection in shipment of wastes, a database that describes the local situation of production of wastes, a database of big database of all the industries that are using and producing waste in it, etc., etc., etc. If we would be able to connect all the databases with also just the databases, we would be able also to determine some algorithm to analyze if there are irregularities that could be tackled with a human investigation. This is a perspective that they are trying to follow in this moment in Italy. The work that we are making with the High Cassation Court of Italy is aimed at this possible objective. It's not so easy. First, because our databases are of very poor quality, I have to say. If you have in a database, myself describe it as Sgorbati Giuseppe. In a database, you have myself described as Giuseppe Sgorbati, you cannot match it. It's quite a simple example, but it's so basic things sometimes prevents you from using different databases connecting them. So be careful in the development of your system because this connection is very, very, very important. But this is only a small example. The databases are not updated, are not connected, etc., etc. And furthermore, there is no connection with judiciary database. So the important is to make all the preliminary work that is needed to create the condition to use the artificial intelligence system. You can understand that we have the main problem is not making a tool try to extract rules from the data you feed, but the problem is the quality of the data that you feed in the system. I skipped some slides, but I believe that you can read and we can discuss and focus it on other activities. So a very important application of artificial intelligence is computer vision. It's the capability of a machine to do what a human being do looking at the object, recognizing it, classifying it, so you can use information from an image to make something. And we are already using the system. I believe that is the use of artificial intelligence in computer vision techniques is that one which is most evolved and most useful maybe in this moment. And just some examples in your country that can be useful for making some thought about this. And we use we saw application of computer vision in two main fields. The search for an unauthorized installation. I will show some examples in the United States how they use this computer vision techniques to identify unauthorized installation on what we did for the search of illegal waste dump sites and unlawful management of waste installation. So the first thing is which kind of image we need to make this kind of analysis for searching what we need. There's a case history behind it. We decided to begin in this program that ended with the use of artificial intelligence because in the years between 2015 and 2019, we had a lot of waste fires in Italy because there was a problem of the stop of the plastic shipping in China and so on. So with big accumulation of waste that was not exported from Italy. And so the most easy way for criminals to get rid of the waste is to put it on fire. But if you have 3, 4, 5 big fires of waste in a month in the Lombardy region, as we had, you can understand that you you have a big issue to face. So we decided to make some trials to trying to identify the presence of illegal dump sites on our region. And we tried to make the trial using satellite images, as you did as well. And we saw that, yes, we were able to recognize different kind of situation, unlawful management of authorized facilities, illegal storages, soil contamination, buried waste, and so on. But apart than the theoretical cases, the task was to try to deploy at a practical level the information that we gathered. So I make you an example of what we did to test the capability of the system to detect illegalities. In this case, what you're seeing, it is an authorized facility. And so you can understand that not only through this example, not only the photo in a specific moment is important to understand what is going forward, but also having photos from the past helps you understanding the story of what you're seeing. This is a story of an installation. This picture was taken in 2013, and you can see this installation was quite in a good situation. It was just organized and, authorized. You can see everything seems to be, I wouldn't say in good order, but an acceptable situation. And so you saw some evolution. This is a photo taken in 2016. And this is a situation of the installation in 2017. And so you can understand that if we had this idea before, and not only as a historical reconstruction as we made, we were able to avoid that situation were evolving in this sense. This is installation in which we had a fire in 2017, and we decided to go back in time to photo to see if we could be able to see the evolution of the situation through the satellite image. And if we would have done this activity in past, we would be able to see that the situation was going wrong. So you can imagine as this kind of activity can be used on authorized installation with a simple examination by your practitioners to see if there is something that is evolving in a negative condition or not. Again, if after the situation somebody saw that the situation was going in this direction some time later, maybe that they didn't arrive to have the situation, and after the situation we had a fire in this installation. So what we could do with the use of satellites without using artificial intelligence. This is a map of the authorized installation in Lombardia region. There are a lot. There are more than 3,000 authorized installations for waste management. But look for example, at this situation. This is a satellite images of one of the installation, one of the red dot here. You can see here clearly that this situation is not legal, because you have a huge accumulation of wastes outside the covered storage area. And this certainly means that you have an exceeding of the quantity of authorized waste storage. So you can go there aiming your aiming your resources to tackle this kind of infringement. So without making any kind of effort and without making the use of artificial intelligence, if you take photos for open sources like Google Maps and so on, if you look, not searching in all the territory, but aiming at your installation, you can see from the sky if there is something that has to be tackled or not. There's a very simple system that can be applied tomorrow to your authorized installation. If they're going good or they're going wrong. But we tried also to identify by sky illegal situations. These are some examples of what we got through the examination of, again, Google Maps photos, nothing more. Anyway, you need good resolution to identify wastes on your photos. You need at least 30 centimeters, 20 centimeters pixel image to have a good representation of what you are looking for. And in this situation, we were able to train our expert about the use of satellite photo to identify illegal site for waste dumping, and etc. You can find many examples that are very similar to that one that I saw you made before. And this is the basis on which we decided to make some trials to have a good system for having early warnings to aim investigation at the best. And also for deterrence, because if criminals knows that you are able to see what happens on the territory by sky, maybe that they are not so confident as before that they can do everything they want, because they know that you are checking them anyway. So there is not only a practical use to aim your inspection, but there's also something that you have to communicate, something that you have to say to the press, say to the television. You have to bring some examples. We made that in this place there was an illegality because we saw that this is the situation through satellite. So we went there and we find and we arrested people, etc. This is a good lesson for everybody. To put the idea that you do not need only your people going by foot, seeing an installation, to look for some illegalities or not, and going there because you have some clues from the sky. So anyway, we developed a specific project called Savager, Advanced Surveillance and Waste Management, and which is normally used by now. And again, we made some trials in the province of Pavia, which is southern part of Lombardia region. Milano is here, Greece is here. You know. Anyway, how is made our world, and we made a big checking the analysis, making analysis on 73 out of 186 total municipalities in province, and for 1,300 square kilometers in this area, and we used satellite and digital global master technologies, and Worldview 3 and Worldview 1, Worldview 4, the same one that have been used by your experts and so on. And we identified a lot of potential critical cases, and we decided to have a confrontation with the office of the prosecutor about the cases that we identified by human, in this case, and we find out 53 cases in which it was necessary to make a further investigation. After we selected that from this bunch of this quantity of sites, 29 sites in which we had to make inspection. At the end, this program is still in progress. In this moment, we had out of this 39 sites, we inspected 13 sites. Of this 13 sites inspected, 11 was not legal, etc. So you can understand that first, you have a big efficiency. Second, you have to make a big screening, even if you use satellite images, because something that you see from the sky may be also something that is not an illegality. But you have also to identify priorities, because the number of cases that you can identify are so high that you have to deal also with the quantity of the resources that you have. So again, at the end, we decided that all this kind of work had to be done with a team of operators, not only with the on-the-spot work of only some of the features. And So we decided to start with an artificial intelligence project. And this artificial intelligence project to identify illegalities from the point of view of illegal dumpings on wastes was made in the same area, province that I told you before. We set up a database as a training set with 3,000 images. In this 3,000 image training set, the 33% were positive samples, positive in which we actually had illegalities, but we have to train the machine also with cases which are not illegalities. So the training set were composed by 1,000 illegalities and 2,000 not illegalities. And we used very high resolution images, and the results are very, very interesting. And I put in your slides, but you will study this slide and also later, some way to classify the quality of the investigation that you can do with artificial intelligence, because you have to deal with the problem of a false positive and false negative, of incertitude, of the efficiency of your system, etc., etc., etc. So there are some statistical indicators, very easy to use statistical indicators to know the performance of your system. So I let you also this slide, which you can use to understand what is precision, what is recall, which are the two main capabilities of the system that you have to know. And at the end, we were able to determine that the average precision of the artificial intelligence tool that we were able to set up was exceeding the 94%. So the 94% of identified sites by the artificial intelligence tools was actually an illegal site, and with a good capability of recognize anyway the presence of this kind of installation on the territory, the recall concept. But how you recognize the presence of an illegal site with this kind of tool that we are using? The tool takes the photo that you feed it in to be analyzed, and through the algorithm that was trained with the training set, put on the map a shade of colors that identify the probability of having or not having the presence of illegal site. So what you will see are maps of colors and put above the maps, and so you can see the installation, the sites in which there's a high probability or less probability of having an illegal installation. So there is a complex mechanism of analysis, etc., etc. I don't want to waste your time in this moment, but I challenge you now to identify in this photo where illegal waste could be. I know that you're already trained, so you can maybe easily identify where they are. And this is a result of the analysis made by the artificial intelligence tool. So you can understand, if I make on a photo, okay, it is easy. Maybe that no matter to use artificial intelligence, but also human beings can make the same analysis, but try to put the system on a territory likewise that one of Lombardia, which is 20,000 kilometers, square kilometers wide. And the territory can be mapped with hundreds of thousands of photos. And you should have to analyze hundreds of thousands of photos. So the problem is to process a very big amount of photos of installation of the ground to identify the illegal situation. So you can see that in this case, the saving is in the time of your resources time to identify and to know where you have in case to go after having made a prioritization system to see if the sites deserve an inspection or not. This is the first example. This is another example. Again, you can immediately identify this situation maybe, and this is the analysis that was made by the artificial intelligence system. This is another situation. And this was the analysis made by the system. And again, I can show you hundreds of this kind of examples, but with regard to the training sample that the training set that we used and the check that we used later to see if the system was effectively an effective capability of identifying the places. So if you have anyway this kind of photo interpretation system, and you can match this system also with a geospatial system in which you have digital information about the activities on the territory, maybe databases of the authorized installation, maybe databases from your municipality on the use of ground and allowed type of plant and so on. Matching this two system, you can also provide for a prioritizing system to arrive to a good optimization also of how to go forward. Again, we think that one of the most important things to do anyway, in all the cases in which you have a lot of information to process and in which you have to decide how to go forward, should they be photos for deciding where to go and making an inspection? Or should they be information that you get from databases, from a data analysis databases? Anyway, you have to imagine that you have to create a kind of organization in which you have an observer team that identifies possible infringement, and they are suspect or know what they say. If no, stop the process. If there is a suspect, the information from the observer team go to an analyst team that can also add other information to understand if there is a high probability of having effectively an infringement or not. If not, you stop the process. But if the suspect is confirmed, you go to the criminal officers, criminal police officer. We decide also on the other base regarding the criminal procedures and so on, if to go forward or not. If it is a priority, it go directly to an inspection. If it is not a priority, but there is a nice suspect that there is an infringement there, you can put that information in a medium-term program. After the inspection, you go to the competent authority, which are the prosecutory office and to the civil authorities for the consequences of possible offenses, etc., etc., etc. Only in this way, if you organize your work, keeping into consideration the necessity to deal with all the competence of the compliance chain, you may be enough safe also from the point of view of your behavior and for the effectiveness of your actions. So I made also some consideration about how to prioritize the inspection on the site. This is one of the examples that we show to identify if in the larger number of activity, possibly illegal site that you have to deal with, you have to go there immediately or not. You have an image of the illegality, but you have to know also what is happening around that image of possible illegality. Because as I just told you before, it's a different situation if you have an image of a possible contaminated site, and this is in the country, or it is in a city. So we are using now 3 main indicators to create our investigation program based on the results of the artificial intelligence tool as analyzing of satellite images. And the indicators we have are the kind of environmental risk index that speaks, for example, of the subsidence of the water table in this zone. So the probability of having the contamination of the water under the zone. If this high probability or low probability of having an illegal site. And afterward, we look also at the condition of the people around the installation, the possible site. If you have people living close and maybe even worse, hospital, schools, and so on, that could be a situation in which you have to move faster to try to remediate the situation than in a site which is, yes, maybe problem, but it's not so close to people that can have a direct damage from the situation. Etc. Another example of the use of the artificial intelligence as computer vision is what we saw in the United States. They have a big problem, a big issue with installation for breeding pigs that create a lot of pollution from the point of view of nitrate and then so on, as you know. And they have a situation in which they know that about the 60% of this kind of installation do not hold any permit. So they have to find them, to bring them in a legal situation. And so they decided to use photos, as we made for illegal dump sites. And in this case, it was not so necessary to have higher resolution photos, but only larger resolution photos, because you have not to identify small pieces of waste, but you identify a certain kind of installation with big characteristics. And they applied the same algorithm that we used in this case. And so they were able to identify a lot of this illegal installation. This is an example in Northern Carolina, if I'm not wrong. And the interesting thing is that the artificial intelligence system was able to identify the illegal installation in excess than was made by human operators. It was much more efficient than was human operators were able to do, examining the same data set of photos. So this is another example of using automatic analysis, and as you can see, this kind of issue can be used. This kind of techniques can be used also for looking for other illegal installations that can be identified by the sky from the presence of some clear identifiable characteristics. Last set of slides from this side, so we skip to the other presentation. But anyway, I'm always willing to discuss what is in your interest. We can say that you can use artificial intelligence as any kind of tool, but you have to take care of different phases of the use of this tool. The first phase on which you have to be very careful is the training data that you have to use to set up your system, to define your algorithm. So you have to perform a good training of the machine based on this trained data set. You have to do also very good tests of the results that you have, and it is what is called in the AI Act, European Artificial Intelligence Act, the sandbox area, in which you can use the tool without making damages on the reality, for example. And afterward, you can use your tool to analyze the information that you want, on which you want to have some forecast of being present, illegality, and so on. But at the end of the process, also if you are sure that your analysis are well made by your machine, there is all the problem of the use of that data, of that information from a human operators. Which are the decisions that you take? Which is the way in which you take decisions based on this automated system? So only after the decisional phase, you can decide which kind of action you should take. But anyway, you have also to bear in your mind that decision and action are something that cannot be delegated to the machine. Should always be taken by the human operators, and human operators should be aware of what an artificial intelligence system is and how you have to use this artificial intelligence system. For this reason, in the Artificial Intelligence Act, there is also a provision for which all the people in public administration that will come in contact with artificial intelligence should be trained, should know the problem. And we just developed a proposal to the Impel Assembly, that a new project, which is called Arctic, on artificial intelligence, in which we want also to deliver the training to the operators, not regarding specific tools, but regarding the use of artificial intelligence tools and all the issue that you know now can be very dangerous for its use. There is another side of the problem that we have to consider in this, because now we are speaking about how the public administration can use artificial intelligence. But you can also consider the problem from another point of view. Maybe that you will have in your activity, you will get in touch with data produced by installations and by industry with the use of artificial intelligence. So you have to know which are the risks and which are the possible issues that you can find when examining data produced by an industry with the use of artificial intelligence. At present, we have a lot of deep fakes made with the use of artificial intelligence in correcting and amending photos, for example. If I ask to an installation to send me a photo in which they testify that they made some remediation that I asked them, and one of the normal ways is, please, you have to do this, please give me a photo that you did this. You have to be sure that that photo has not been produced through a deepfake through an artificial intelligence tool. So we have to be aware that we should face problems not only in using in our organization artificial intelligence tool, but also we can get in touch with use of artificial intelligence from other entities, and we have to be aware of all the risks that are connected with issues. So I will close my presentation in this way, being available for every other, but I will speak to you for another 20 minutes about something. I don't know.
The second presentation.
Hey, the second presentation.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So,
I don't know how many time I need to maybe 20, 4 hours.
Okay, Georgia, what about Carl?
Yes.
What about his presentation?
Παραθέτω.
Παραθέτω. So we have Carl, because Carl wants to make his presentation at 11:45. Is that okay for you?
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
4 hours. Okay. Again,
So we can go on.
it is another presentation, and I
Okay.
after speech with
Yes.
Elena, decided also to explain, to show you what you are doing with drones
Yes,
in
it's,
my.
it's very helpful because we use
Okay,
these
okay,
tools, okay?
So,
it's another experience.
First, what are drones? Again, you have to clarify, because we have a lot of types of drones. We have the type of commercial drones that you can buy and you can use directly, but we have many kinds of drones. And for example, that one that can be used of medium range activities, the drones that can be used also in interiors when you can have problems if you get in touch with walls and so on, and small drones that are very diffuse and very cheap by now. But we can also use big drones because what is a drone? The drone is a flying platform that brings your eyes there. So the important is not the drones, but what you attach under the drones. So if you have a high capability, high payload drone, so you can load it with a very interesting devices such as spectrometers and so on, not only with cameras, which anyway are very useful. But we have also other kinds of drones. Unfortunately, we are speaking, we know the use of big drones in other activities, as in war activities, as you know, but you can have also big drones that can be used by governmental organizations that can fly for tens and tens and tens of kilometers, and that can substitute also the use of satellite in real time. We have also very small drones, and I will show you some examples which they are very useful. First, because they are very light, so they can fly also in zones in which normally the use of drone is forbidden, because they are so light that also if they fall on your head, they don't create any kind of big problem, maybe a little one, but so anyway, there is an allowance for using the drones also on cities and so on. So first, you have to choose in the wide number of possibilities that you have, the kind of drones that is useful for your application, or the kind of drones that you should need, depending on what you want to investigate. So we use drones in inspection support activity. This is, for example, a big plan with wood scraps with very big dimension, 500 meters for 400 meters dimension about, and we know that they had a quantity of wood in excess, but first, satellite images was not able to identify quantities. Second, the satellite image had not the resolution to go through the type of wastes you had. So we decided to see at best what was there. This is a kind of detail that you can have at best through a satellite image with 30 centimeters resolution. It could be good, but it's not so fine for making also evaluation of quantity, obviously. And so we decided to go there in the site, making a more detailed inspection with the use of drones. And you can understand that making an examination of this kind of installation, which is quite 0.5 kilometers wide, with normal techniques, optical techniques and so on, making analysis of quantity takes 10 days, 15 days, something like this. So we tried to see if it was possible to speed up the process using a very first generation tool in this very big installation. And so we decided to use drones. We planned the use of drones, making this kind of serpentine to cover all the installation, having the two views from a side and from another to be able to reconstruct by digital the situation. And this is the evaluation, the type of resolution of the photos that you can have with drone with about 1 centimeter pixel resolution. And in this way, making a view from a side from the other side, you can also evaluate the 3D images. So you can also evaluate the height of the stacks and the volume of the installation. And you can also bring home the digital 3D model of the warehouse, and the dimension is 14 gigabytes of images. And the results was that in 1 day and a half, we were able to determine the volume of scraps that was in that yard, and the volume of scraps was 500,000 cubic meters of scraps in 1 day and a half, with a precision of 1.6%. And so we were able to bring to the prosecutor this information to determine that the quantity present in the scrapyard were exceeded by a factor about 2. And the lawyers of the installation remain astonished that they have nothing to do than accepting this kind of evaluation that was made with a very, very, very strong base. And you can see how much was the time that we saved, and how was the growth of the quality of the activity that we made. So this is a first kind of use of the drones for detailed installation to determine volumes of the wastes in a yard. The same thing that you can do normally with normal techniques, theodolite and GPS and so on, can be done as drones. Again, you can build up a kind of 3D reconstruction of the landfill in this case. So you can have again the evaluation of the volume. You can exactly determine the volume, so to see if the installation fulfill or not fulfill the authorization they have in burying wastes. You can also make some detailed investigation inside cases in which you have hazard for your operators, so you can see with big precision what is inside an installation without going there. If you can have some concern about the health of your operators, this is an example of photos taken by drone with detailed information and so on. But you can also, if you use, for example, a thermal camera, this is a kind of drone that we use in this case. You can also see through thermal cameras the level or filling of the reservoir of the tanks in this kind of storages. And you can also see what is inside an installation. Well, you have an investigation that is brought to you by the criminal police. You have maybe some satellite photos, but they are not so detailed to understand what is going forward. So you can use drones, and if you use small drones, the criminals don't see that you are using something to take more detailed photos, so they have no suspect that you are going forward with investigations. Sorry. And we, in this case, use this kind of small drones. And if this was the photo from the satellite, this is photos from drones. You can see the increase of the quality of the image that you can achieve. But you can also, again, in the case, create the 3D reconstruction of the site. You can also see under the coverage in the installation, if you see other kind of wastes and so on that you cannot see only from the top, from the satellite. And you can also make very big quality, very good quality photos. If you have a big drone with a high pike load, you can load it with a big cameras with a good scopes to take very good photos without you are seen by the criminals, etc., etc., etc. So only to show you again the use of drones in many situations in which you maybe already have some suspect, maybe that you have information from satellite photo or some suspect brought to you by criminal police, and you want to make some investigation. This is a very effective way to use drone and to optimize also the use of satellite image coupling, satellite image, and drones images. Again, the problem is not the availability of technical instruments. You can have plenty of information from the sky. You can have also plenty of information from the use of drones, but the issue is how you have to organize to use at best the resources, how you have to take into account all the chain of the compliance, not only what you can do, but also who are the people to where you give your information, how they can use that information. sometimes we get images or we get some clues, but we go to the prosecutor and then they say, no, this information is not useful for a judicial procedure. So you have to keep in your mind always that you are in a chain of responsibility, and your work, even if made with the best technology instrument in the best way, have to be used by somebody else in the whole chain of competences. And so this is one of these. The other one is that from our experience, it's better to have a specialized unit in your organization, because you cannot teach everybody all that complicated things, and because they take them apart, they say to you, no, I don't like to use that new instrument because I have something else to do and more risk to take or not to study, etc. So the best way, as for example, the colleagues in Bratislava made, is to set up an office for new technologies that is learning step by step, and that will be used in support to the normal operator. So it's the opportunity of creating a kind of alliance inside the organization with normal inspectors and specialized inspector with a specialized center is a very big opportunity from my point of view. And there is opportunity to involve all the other stakeholders in this kind of activity, so everybody can give you their opinion on how to optimize your efforts to achieve the best result, also in view of the criminal policy use, prosecutor use, judges use, etc., etc., etc. Thank you for your attention.
Giuseppe, thank you very much. It was really, really very important. Thank you, very, very interesting. I'm sure that we have a lot of questions. But δεν ξέρω, Γεωργία, έχουμε το Καρλ.
I think the morning maybe. Okay. We can, if you have some question, we can skip the question at the end of the morning, at the lunch, before lunchtime, and depending on.
Okay. No, my problem for now is just I want to connect with Carl.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And then we will
Okay.
come back to
Thank
you. Είναι ο Καρλ εδώ. Να σας ενημερώσω ότι έχετε υπάρχει και διερμηνία. Μπορείτε να πάρετε από τους διοργανωτές, άμα θέλετε, ένα kit για το θέμα της διερμηνίας, έτσι. So, Carl, I don't know if you are online. Τι θα λέγατε τότε μέχρι να έρθει ο Καρλ, να κάνουμε 5 λεπτά ένα διαλυματάκι, να πιούμε ένα καφέ, γιατί ήταν και πολλή πληροφορία που μας έδωσε ο Τζουζέπε. Και ερχόμαστε σε 5 λεπτάκια, θα σας φωνάξω εγώ. So, we're having just a 5 minutes break, just for a coffee, and in order for Carl to be ready, okay? And we're coming back. Αλλά εσύ συνεργάζεται και δεν πάει.
Έστειλα το σχέδιο, το βρήκα για Δευτέρα. Δεν θες να βάλει μια κάπου, μου λέει, έχω ανοψία.
Hello?
Μ' ακούει?
Hello.
Hello, Carl. How are you?
Oh, this is good. I'm
How
fine.
are
How are
you?
you?
I'm Eleni.
Hi, Eleni. Hi, Eleni.
Is everything okay?
Hi.
Ah,
So you can understand me.
okay. So are you ready for the presentation? Is that okay for you?
Yes, yes. I try
Okay,
to
we
share
can-
my screen.
Okay. Okay, we can start then. Wait.
Yes.
Hello, Carl.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, I'm Sonia.
Hi, Sonia. I try to share my screen.
Nice.
Do you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, it seems to work.
Πού το σε δω? Πού είναι ο Καρλ? So, Carl, is it... Carl, is everything okay?
Yes,
That's really good.
it's okay for
I'm
me.
glad I'm seeing you again.
Me too, Eleni. I wasn't expecting you to see you, but this is a wonderful occasion.
Ah, okay.
I enjoy it. I enjoy it.
Because I thought that you knew that I was the connection
Probably,
for this program. Okay, never mind.
probably, but then I forgot, of course. And,
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Okay. So just 5 minutes. Okay, Carl? And
Perfect.
we will
Yes,
start.
that's okay for me.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Στρατό. Θες να μπουνε και κλείσει την πόρτα. Ναι. Οπότε σας παρακαλώ να ξεκινήσουμε. Έχουμε μαζί μας τον κύριο Καρλ Φρόμπεργκερ, που είναι Head στο Environmental Crime Service Criminal Intelligence Service της Αυστρίας. Θα μας κάνει μία παρουσίαση για το The Necessity of Good Cooperation among the Specialized Units and Administration. Πριν ξεκινήσει ο κύριος Φράουμπεργκερ, θα ήθελα να σας παρακαλέσω να κλείσετε τα κινητά σας αν γίνεται, γιατί θα τον έχουμε και online και παρακαλώ πολύ όταν σηκώνεστε, μην περνάτε μπροστά από την κάμερα. Λοιπόν, ωραία, σας ευχαριστώ. So, Carl, good morning. We're very glad that you are here with us. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. And the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eleni. Dear Eleni, dear colleagues, thank you very much for this invitation. I'm sorry not to be in real presence in Greece, although I really love this country. Personally, I was quite a lot of times in Greece already in former times. But for this week, it was due to other commitments, not possible to come personally. Nevertheless, I'm happy that you kept on the invitation and that you asked me for keeping it online. I will do my best. It's not as comfortable, of course, as if I would be with you, but I will try to do it online. And just
for you to know, I mean, I was presented already by Eleni, but nevertheless, maybe some words from my side. I'm for more than, let's say, 35 years in the police, and more than 25 years, roughly, I'm in the field of environment and environmental crime. At the moment, and now for years already, I'm heading the environmental crime unit in the Criminal Intelligence Service. I will show it on some further slides. All what I'm saying here is my personal perspective, of course. It's the Austrian approach, what we experienced in the matter of environmental crime. Said that, I'm changing the slide, and I hope, yeah, here it is. It's the overview of this presentation. I will explain some words about waste crime in Austria. Very important, of course, the legal frame, the organizations in Austria, police and other agencies involved in the fighting of environmental and waste crime. Then some words about the 8th round of mutual EU Council evaluation. Some of you may know it, some of you not, but it is quite important, I expect. The EU project strengthening environmental crime enforcement in Austria was a very valuable project. I will explain it afterwards. The Interpol nest, the Austrian so-called nest, the EU Directive of Environmental Crime, the new one, the MPACT program, Envy CrimeNet as network for environmental crime investigators in the EU, waste crime enforcement in Austria, and at the very end, some statistics that we have here in Austria concerning waste crime. Next slide. I'm changing it. Yep, it's about environmental and more specifically now the waste crime, because as I learned, the topic of this seminar is waste crime. Nevertheless, we all know waste crime is one form of environmental crime. The legal frame in Austria, of course, is in line with the EU Directive on Environmental Crime 2008/99 EC. It was implemented in Austria, and I very much assume it is, of course, probably implemented also in Greece. So I just put it here on the screen. It's the waste crime Article 3 of this directive 2008. And just wanted to highlight the litera B and the C. Well, as the B covers all forms of illegal behavior that you could imagine, which can be done with waste. It's about collecting, transporting, recovering, all forms of illegal behavior that we could imagine can be done with waste is covered by the litera B of this Article 3. And in this case, we have to look, in this case, we have to look for a threat. It says here, which causes or is likely to cause the death or the serious injury to any person or a substantial damage to the quality of the air, soil, water, or to the animals. This is much important, that it's not enough to identify an illegal behavior connected to waste, but we have to also identify and prove in the course of the investigation. We have to prove that this behavior causes or is likely to cause injury, even death to persons, or negative quality to the air, the soil, and the water. This is very important in litera B. And in litera C, it is concerning very especially the Article 235 of the Regulation 1013/2006. This is actually just concerning about the shipment of waste. And here, when we identify an illegal shipment, we do not have to prove that this illegal shipment causes death or injury or the damage of a quality. We just have to prove that this has a more significant quantity. Yeah, it says, the term here says, to undertake in a non-negligible quantity. It is a bit unlucky, this term. We have in Austria, but probably in the whole European Union and in Greece, sometimes problems in identifying what does it really mean here, a non-negligible quantity. But nevertheless, we have this term, we implemented it into the Austrian penal law. And for us in Austria, luckily, the Ministry of the Environment gave out a decree which makes this term very more specific. Depending on the forms of the waste, is it a non-hazardous waste or is it a hazardous waste? And then even for some special wastes like cars, end-of-life vehicles, or batteries. And concerning all those specific wastes, we have a decree in Austria which really makes it more precise how much quantity do we have to find in order to make it a crime. If we do not manage to identify this quantity, then it remains an administrative infringement. So this is the Article 3 of the old directive. Let's say the old directive, it is still valid, of course, because we implemented it all in the European Union. But now you probably know, for some weeks now, we have a new environmental crime directive, 2024-1203, more or less concerning the waste chapter. It says the same, but also every forms that you can imagine, like in the B, but it also highlights in the litera G the shipment of waste. In Austria, who deals with waste crime? As probably you know, you came across, and all other member states in the European Union, it is a responsibility of several authorities. It is not only for the police to deal with waste crime. In Austria, it is a shared responsibility between the criminal police and the uniformed police. Then, especially when it comes to cross-border waste shipments, the custom has in Austria responsibility, and of course, administrative authorities like the Ministry of Environment, especially here for the waste ship notifications. And if a criminal case was identified, then comes in the prosecution office, which deals with this case and prosecutes. A bit more of the Austrian police structure in the topic of waste crime. It is not only for waste crime, so for whole environmental crime, but of course also for waste crime. The top unit is the Criminal Intelligence Service of Austria. That's the unit where I work for. Then we have 9 environmental crime investigation units, all over Austria. In total, around 30 criminal investigators. You can see on the slide are colored federal states, and in total, those are 9 federal states. And on the top, on the bottom surface, as let's say the first colleagues which are involved are around 600 in trained uniformed environmental police officers, and then some special uniformed police units. The top unit where I work for, we do mainly national coordination among all stakeholders, meaning the police, the custom, all administrative authorities. Then we are responsible for the international connection, meaning contact to Interpol, Europol. We implement the MPACT program, where I have some slides afterwards about that. We are the NV CrimeNet member. I have some slides about that further also. And in all projects, like this project now, we are involved. The tasks of the 9 environmental crime investigating units, there is each one in a federal state. They mainly do investigation of major crimes, and they support the uniformed environmental police officers, which are all spread all over Austria, and of course in the federal states. Those uniformed environmental police officers do mainly all kinds of police duties. They're normal police officers in uniform, but they are also trained in investigating local environmental crime. They do those local cases all on their own, and they also assist the investigating officers if there is a need of assistance. They're positioned all over Austria in police stations, as well as in the special uniform police units, like the traffic police or like the water police. When it comes to water police, I must say, mainly I'm talking about here about the Danube River. It's the big river which crosses Europe and which is sometimes concerned of environmental infringements, water pollution, and so on, or also for transport of waste. So it's not like Greece. You have a lot of sea around. Austria is a country in the middle of Europe. We are surrounded of a lot of EU member states and even Schengen states. We only have theoretically one not EU border. This is to Switzerland. But because of the bilateral agreements and the agreements of Switzerland and the European Union, Switzerland is treated as an EU member country for us. So we are in the middle of Europe, surrounded of EU member states. We don't have a real border, which of course makes the tackling of crime very hard, and also here the tackling of illegal waste shipments. I got here a slide concerning the 8th round of mutual evaluations. I don't know if all of you know about this evaluation. It was done, I think it was the year of 2027 or 2018, where the Council of Europe agreed of checking the practical implementation and operation of European policies on preventing and combating environmental crime. The Council decision was, let's say, based on rumors and information that the implementation of the first Environmental Crime Directive from 2008 may not work very well, even though that all member states implemented this directive. So theoretically, all member states had the same legal frame, but in practice, there were a lot of differences how the member states really tackle environment and waste crime. So the Council decided to check now in practice, what is it all about, environmental and waste crime. All 27 member states had this checking, of course, Austria and of course, Greece too. And all of those 27 member states got a whole row of recommendations in order to improve their tackling of environment and waste crime. I put them here, most of them actually on this table. As you can see, Austria got the recommendation to develop a national environmental strategy, but also Greece had received this recommendation. Austria got the recommendation of establishing centralized integrated statistics. Greece got a recommendation of also around enhance the collection of comprehensive statistics. So it's a lot of things, and focusing really on practice. Like Austria got the recommendation to increase the amount of the corporate fines, to increase the specialization of prosecutors, increase human resources of the police and customs. And the last one is very important, establish a formal and structured cooperation among all authorities. And we picked this one, I will show you in some of the next slides, to work on and to make our system better. But also, I think Greece got some very promising recommendations, like you also got here the recommendation to designate specialized prosecutors at regional level and a senior prosecutor at central level to enhance the number of environmental inspectors, to provide training and specialized staff to the police on regional level, increase the training for judges. So a lot of, and to enhance structured cooperation with neighboring countries, a lot of also recommendation for Greece. And I don't know what Greece did with these recommendations, and maybe you know something about it. But in any case, I think you should know that this evaluation took place and that Greece also got recommendations to make their system better. Because of the recommendations to Austria, Austria applied for a so-called EU Structural Reform Support Service project. The project was then granted by the European Union. It had the title Strengthening Environmental Crime Enforcement in Austria. And because of the recommendations that we received from the Council, we focused in the project on the national environmental strategy, centralized and integrated statistics, a better specialization of prosecutors and judges in the field of environment, more involvement of prosecutors and judges on European level, enhanced investigative capabilities in the area of environmental crime, and a better cooperation between the judiciary and the public authorities with a view of the so-called Interpol NEST model. So when we applied for this project, we put these focuses in the application, and we think we started 2020 with the project and finalized it at the end of 2022. So we focused on these bullet points. Because in the last slide I mentioned the Interpol NEST, I would explain it and give some words to this system. Interpol Environmental Crime Program is actually the unit at Interpol which deals with environmental crime and which supports all Interpol member states in tackling environmental crime and also in assisting them in building up more capacities in training and so on. And they actively pronounced years ago a so-called NEST initiative, a model for structured cooperation, which I will show you here in this presentation. It all begins with a so-called National Environmental Security Seminar. That means it brings together experts and decision makers from national law enforcement and compliance agencies with responsibilities for environmental compliance and enforcement, along with regional and international stakeholders. The objective of the seminar is to identify priorities and to develop strategies for combating environmental crime at national level. The NES, so that means the National Environmental Security, that seminar, is designed to lead to formation of a NEST and of a NES. So it's a three-step approach in order to establish then finally a NEST. The National Environmental Security Steering Committee brings together the heads of national law enforcement agencies with responsibility for environmental compliance and enforcement to identify targets and activities within the priority areas and strategies developed during the NEST. The NESTs will also identify the necessary participants and the direction for the NEST to be fully mandated. So we see it here, even on the right side of the slide, meaning the steering committee. Steering committee consists of the main participants, of the main partners then of the NEST, all the heads and decision makers, meaning the head of the police, head of customs, heads of different and several environmental agencies, as well as a head prosecutor. And this all should lead to a formatted, integrated NEST, a National Environmental Security Task Force, and it should, at the best situation, include all authorities or partners which have a certain responsibility in the field of environment and environmental crime, meaning it's a multi-agency task force formed of experts from the dedicated environment law enforcement agencies, so the police, the custom, revenue departments, health agencies, and prosecutors. Nests bring together these enforcement agencies around common goals, including conservation of specific species, forestry issues, and pollution controls. So this Interpol nest was actually the system that we wanted to establish in Austria, and it was the goal of that of the project that we started. So finally, last spring, a signing of a memorandum of understanding and the establishment of a task force against environmental crime, a so-called NEST, a National Environmental Security Task Force. It was on April 12 last year. Cooperation agreement between political representatives or managing directors was signed. So we have it here really formalized on the maximum top level. It's not only an agreement among practitioners, but it is also an agreement among the political decision makers. We integrated, I think, at the end, eight federal ministries, plus at the beginning now 3 of the 9 states. So at the beginning, we have now Lower Austria, Upper Austria, and Vienna. And the goal is the aim to integrate all other 6 member states, federal states, and the process actually is ongoing. We invited several other states now for a first consultation and introducing the idea of NEST to them with the aim to get them as full member. The background of that founding of the NEST Austria, the EU Council evaluation, which I explained already in the member states 2019, the recommendations to Austria for improved strategic and cooperation orientation. 2020, Ministry of Interior submitted an EU funding application to implement the recommendation from the Council evaluation. The new federal government will take up the recommendations 2020, and they will even become part of the government program. So we even have them now in our government program, and we had that. Still have that government beginning with 2020. But in this autumn, in fall, there will be elections. But actually, no matter which party will be elected now in this autumn and which government that we will have, that does not actually has no doesn't have any matter of our working, because we have an implemented NEST already. So maybe an explanation of what is environmental crime, because on EU level, it's sometimes not even harmonized. We experience environmental crime units which even have more or less responsibility than we have in the Environmental Crime Directive. So in the spirit of the Austrian NEST, environmental crime is criminal acts that can endanger the environment, nature, biodiversity, species, and human health. Additionally, we deal with in the Austrian NEST with animal cruelty, like at farms, when it comes to keeping a whole amount of animals in stables. They should have good conditions, but if we identify some with not bad conditions, this is meant here with animal cruelty. So we deal it in the environmental crime sector. Also foods with hazardous food, which may even lead to serious health problems. We deal with that also in the whole environmental crime police with these. Regulated by administrative law and or criminal law, and or means, of course, that some topics are only regulated by administrative law and some are regulated only by criminal law, like animal cruelty is a typical topic which is regulated by criminal law. But like the whole waste sector is actually at first regulated by administrative laws, by diverse waste laws. So we got in Austrian, for example, an Austrian Waste Act. And I suppose also in Greece, there is some sort of a Waste Act. And at first, this is an administrative approach. But if we identify illegal behavior and if we fulfill the stronger criteria of the criminal law, like I showed some slides before, like pollution or endangering the existence of animals, it may also become now then a criminal law act. The administrative accessory, what does this mean here? Yeah, this is actually the link between administrative law and criminal law. And then we have so-called subsidiary criminal laws. That means that in some administrative laws, we also have a chapter in those administrative laws with some criminal punishments or criminal behavior acts included, so-called subsidiary criminal laws. Areas of environmental crime in Austria, focusing on one hand on the Environmental Crime Directive, but of course also to the topics that I just mentioned, like waste dumps and waste shipments, pesticide imports and distributions, water pollution, the killing of protected wildlife, puppy trade. I don't know if this is probably not a sort of topic in Greece, but there is a modus operandi that dogs come from East or Southeast European countries and they are sold and then transported to Middle or Western European countries. So we deal with this modus operandi, and I guess Greece is, if you are concerned with this, then you are one of those countries probably where those dogs come from, and which those dogs are then maybe sold to Western European countries. There are homepages of some organizations which organize that. The main problem in this modus operandi and this topic is that the animals are often too young to be officially traded. They are often sick. They have diseases which not only endanger other animals, but some diseases could endanger even humans. So those are problems which come with this trade. Fattening, like I said, it's about the keeping of animals for human consumption. There are problems often that those animals are not kept in very well conditions. And then the food quality also, when it comes to illegal mixture of food substances which are not legal, and they could even then cause problems. You all may even, or some of you may even remember that horse meat scandal. I think it was 2015 or 16, which covered all Europe. And from this horse meat scandal outcome, actually, some countries increased now the awareness of food and to focus really on healthy food and to tackle illegal food management. The added value of structured cooperation like the NEST is actually clear. It brings a lot of benefits through the regular strategic and tactical exchange, as well as the cooperation in the training and further education. Mutual knowledge and understanding increases and has a positive effect on operational cooperation. The holistic approach is very important because areas overlap or they even interact. Also cross-border phenomena are meant here. The added value for the administration, like in the district level or on state or federal level, administrations may get more knowledge about criminal offenses. Cases sometimes have a cross-border dimension. It's not always clear for those administrations. More investigation options in the Criminal Procedures Code than in the administrative law, and international police and judicial cooperation is possible if the administrations liaise with police agencies. So it has some values, some better values for the administration to cooperate in a nest with the other agencies. For the police, the added value is that better investigation results through a faster cooperation with administration and judiciary. It is, as police, we learn that, of course, the sooner you get involved in a case, desto easier and better the investigation is. Because what do we need from, as a police? As a police, we need a proof. We need a proof, at the best situation, even a scientific proof. Like when it comes to waste cases, we need sampling, we need to analyze of those samples in order to prove the illegal behavior, because without a solid proof, the prosecutor may not even prosecute. Or if the prosecutor prosecutes, maybe then at court, the whole case is dropped because it was not possible for the police to prove it in an according way. So for us, for the police, it has a real and added value to cooperate with the other partners, like the administration, as soon as possible. For the justice, mainly for the public prosecutor's office, more knowledge about what is happening at administrative level. Thereby, a better classification and assessment of criminal cases could be done. Because if the prosecution offices only gets knowledge of criminal cases, and sometimes they are not often, then the prosecution office may, let's say, they may have the opinion that it's not such a big thing. It was only one waste infringement, one illegal waste infringement, but they do not know that maybe even on administrative level, a lot of cases were identified, and this criminal case is only the peak of the iceberg. So it's important, it has an added value that also the justice and the public prosecutors are involved in a structured cooperation like the NEST. This is just a slide of the new Environmental Crime Directive 2024. I don't know how much information you already have about this new Environmental Crime Directive. For me personally, but not only for me personally, also for all other people I know, and I'm quite in a big network in European Union when it comes to environmental crime fighters. This is a very promising environmental crime new directive because it highlights and it integrates topics that we were missing in the old directive and which made the harmonization of tackling of environmental crime in the past very hard. So I just picked some articles out of this environmental crime directive, but you could probably download from the Commission's homepage this directive, and then you have that full directive, and you even have it in Greek language. So this is even more easier than and better for you to read and to understand. But let's just point out Article 5, which deals with penalties for natural persons, and it was agreed on EU level now for some minimum maximum sanctions. I did not mention here the amount of years which are now possible for putting people into prison. You could read that yourself, but all member states, and this is important, all member states agreed on the same minimum maximum sanctions, and this is now very promising because now we have an equal playing field now. Article 7 is very important and promising. It deals with penalties for legal persons, and it says that 3 to 5% of the total worldwide legal turnover, or minimum 24 millions of euro, are as foreseen as punishment for legal persons, so meaning for companies. And I just can't remember cases in Austria where some legal persons got a fine of, I don't know, 3,000 or 5,000 euro, and that's ridiculous because those amounts of small fines, there is no added value for the future of the behavior of these people. It's such a low sum compared, let's say, to the benefit that those people, those companies can win if they do some illegal waste shipments, which are then not identified. So they could earn a lot of money by this illegal behavior. And now those small fines that we had in the past, they didn't make for them a change in thinking. So, but these agreed penalties now in the new Environmental Crime Directive, I think they should give there should be some impact now. Article 16, like it mentions prevention, such as information and awareness raising campaigns, targeting relevant stakeholders from the public and private sector. So this article is actually, and the other ones even, like the 16 is prevention, the 17 talks about resources, Article 18 about training, or 21 about the national strategy. All of those topics were not included in the old Environmental Crime Directive, and that was the missing point, because these topics were not in the old Environmental Crime Directive. They were kept on the, let's say, on the will of the member states, and a lot of member states did not make those measures, did not make any preventions, did not have the right resources, did not do the right training, or most member states, if not even all member states, but most member states did not have a national strategy. Like we saw in some slides before, Greece and Austria got the recommendation now to make a national strategy. So these things, these topics are now in the new Environmental Crime Directive, and all member states have to do some steps and implement this directive accordingly in the next 2 years. So this is a very tough skill now. MPACT, I don't know if all of you are aware of the MPACT program. It's part of the EU policy cycle. MPACT stands for the European Multidisciplinary Platform Against Criminal Threat. It introduces an integrated approach to EU internal security, involving measures that range from external border controls, police, customs, and judicial cooperation to information management, innovation, training, prevention, and the external dimension of internal security, as well as public-private partnerships where appropriate. So it's a very holistic program. It runs for quite a lot of years now. And since the year of 2018, environmental crime is one of those priority topics which are handled in the MPACT program. It's a permanent and key EU instrument for structured multidisciplinary cooperation to fight organized and serious international crime. And the program is driven by the member states, but supported by EU institutions like Europol. MPACT follows a 4-year cycle, and it consists of 4 steps. So every 4 years, a cycle is pushed on. Next slide. Right. So it begins with a so-called EU SOCTA, and SOCTA stands for Serious Organized Crime Threat Assessment. So all member states are pushed to give information about the situation in their member states, about the Serious Organized Threat Assessment. All of these 27 SOCTAs, of course, from the member states are collected. Then, according to the feedback of those SOCTA information, priorities are set and strategic plans are formed with the goal to make collective and cooperative operational actions. And after these actions, there is an evaluation and checking how effective were those operational actions, and do we still have need to continue in this topic, and in order to make further plans. So it's actually a 4-step cycle, and but it repeats actually itself. So like the first step, now with some more words, serious and organized crime threat assessment, national data of all member states are collected then from Europol, and the MPAC priorities are then set. The next step involves policy setting and decision making through the identification of a limited number of priorities by the Council. Like I said, environmental crime is one of those priorities now. Further, a general multi-annual strategic plan with common horizon strategic goals is developed to achieve a multidisciplinary, integrated, and integral approach to effectively address those prioritized threats. This also happens, of course, in the field of environment, and waste crime is one of the important topics in the environmental crime strategic plan. When the operational actions are then planned, development and implementation of those operational actions in the 15 priorities, environmental crime is one of those 15 priorities by the member states, with Europol aligned with the general MASP and the Common Horizon strategic goals. Control and monitoring by 15 drivers, together with co-drivers. In the field of environmental crime, the driver is Spain, and there are co-drivers like France, as far as I remember, France is co-driver, Europol itself is co-driver, Portugal and Austria is also a co-driver. And each of those 15 operational action plans contain now annual operational actions that contribute to the goals of those common horizon strategic goals. Implementation of the operational measures of the individual operational actions by action leaders and co-leaders together with participating member states. Information related to criminal investigations is forwarded to Europol for analysis, very important here, via Siena application. So Siena, I don't know if you all know, but Siena is that formal secured information exchange network where Europol and the member states each other change information, expertise, requests. It is this so-called Siena way of communication. And I suppose in Athens, there is a unit which fulfills this criteria, but I don't know how it is dropped down even into the regions. If all police units in Greece have access to Siena, or if it is just only going on a centralized way. But it is an important channel, because through this Siena channel, Europol gets all the information in order to get an overview about the situation in the member states. At the end of this policy cycle is an independent evaluation with assessing the results, the assessment, and the political decision by the Council contains recommendations and serves as a guidance for the next impact cycle. So here I listed again the priority aims from the last cycle. The last cycle goes from 2022 to 2025. You see a high-risk criminal networks, drug trafficking, cybercrime, child sexual exploitation, fraud, illicit firearms trafficking, organized property crime, but also environmental crime. So those are those priority aims where the member states agreed to focus on these crime forms in the next 4 years. This is the action plan, Operation Action Impact Environmental Crime from this year and from next year. And I highlighted in yellow where Greece participates. I don't know if all of you know where Greece is participating in. And I just realized that from those 16 operational actions, you can see on the very left side the number of the operational actions. So in total, we have 16 operational actions. The second column lists operation action with numbers. And the third column mentions AL action leader. So which country is action leader for this operational action. And at the very last, you have a short title. So, and you can see here on Operation Action 1-2, where Sweden is action leader. Also Greek participates in this operation action, although it is dealing with the illegal trafficking of scrap vehicle and parts from the Nordic countries. I don't know why Greece is participating in this action, but probably or the coordinating unit in Greece, which is participating in the impact meetings, knows why Greece is participating in this action and what your part is as participant. You are also participating in the 2-1. This is the action leader from Italy. It is about waste trafficking in general, especially transnational waste trafficking. And it is also protection of soil, water, and air, because as we know, illegal waste management or illegal waste dumping may lead to endangering the soil, the water, and the air. Greece is also participating in the OA61. This is actually here CEPOL. That's the International European Police Academy, and they regularly give out seminars in order to train the police in the member states in specific topics. Here it is about law enforcement cooperation and capacity building through learning and training. Also, Greece is regularly probably asked and involved when such CEPOL courses are planned, and CEPOL regularly asks all member states for participation in these trainings. Then we have 4 more operational actions that Greece is participating in. There was one action from the action leader EUCPN, that's the European Union Crime Prevention Network. It's about evaluation of crime prevention. And you are a member of the 3 networks which are having the goal to get a better cooperation with Asian, African, and South American countries. We know that illegal waste shipments are often shipped to Asia, to Africa. And Jaguar Network is about South America. I have actually no information that there is waste shipment from Europe to South America. The Jaguar Network mainly deals with illegal endangered species trade. So endangered species from South America and endangered wood from South America comes to Europe, and the network has the focus to get a better cooperation with the police units in this units in this area, like for the Jaguar network, South America, and in Africa and in Asia, to get a better, closer cooperation with these police units and with the countries more broadly. So Greece is also here participating in these 3 networks. I would like to introduce EnviCrimeNet also to you. I don't know if all of you know about this network. It's a so-called non-profit organization network comprising European law enforcement agencies where police officers and other crime fighters collaborate against environmental crime, recognized as the European Law Enforcement Center of Excellence on Environmental Crime. EnviCrimeNet's primary objective is to develop pertinent activities that engage participants in prosecuting such crimes. EnviCrimeNet also collaborates with other networks like Impel. I don't know if all of you know about that. It's the Network for Environmental Inspectorates. ENPE, the Network for Environmental Prosecutors, and ÖFIE, the Network for Environmental Judges. So EnviCrimeNet is one of those 4 networks, and these 4 networks even annually meet in a so-called 4-network conference. EnviCrimeNet was founded 2008. At the moment, the chair is a colleague from Slovakia, Ondrej Koporec. Most member states are participant in this network, and the next annual general meeting, there is a yearly annual general meeting. The next annual general meeting is this fall in 2024 in Hungary, in the frame of the Hungarian presidency. And I guess maybe Gergely, which is also a speaker in this program here, in this project, will maybe even mention it. More information and contact you can see. You can go on to the homepage of EnviCrimeNet. Enforcement and checks of waste shipments. Like I said in the beginning, it's a combined task of responsibility in Austria, but actually in every member state, because there are so different things to organize and how to tackle. We have a lot of agencies which are involved, like the Ministry of the Environment. They approve and reject waste shipment requests because it is important to get a notification, especially for endangered, especially for hazardous wastes. The Ministry of Environment in Austria also checks the waste producers, the collectors, and the treaters. Checks of waste shipments at border crossings, mainly on roads, some harbors on the Danube River, and train stations. Report of illegal waste shipments to the enforcement authority and police and prosecutor. The uniform police, like I presented before, they check waste shipments at border crossings, roads, harbors, and train stations. They report the illegal waste shipments to the enforcement authority and or the police and prosecutor, depending on the seriousness of the illegal behavior of the act. It may remain on administrative level, but it could also may get to be a crime. The crime investigators investigate and report to prosecutors. That's their main responsibility. And the environmental agencies support the checks, meaning on company and transport, and Environmental Agency of Austria checks and takes samples, and they do the follow-up analysis, which is then very important for the police to integrate the report from the environmental agency into our investigation report as an important proof of the illegal behavior. Illegal waste shipments, maybe some modus operandi. Still, one very common modus operandi is forgery of documents. You may even know those documents. I think they are used in all member states. And we come across documents which are filled or not completely filled, or which there is a forgery on those documents. So this is then the task for our uniformed colleagues on the road. Or you can even see a fraud on the waste itself, as you can see on those pictures. The very top, let's say the very top layer of this shipment is old rubber tire from tires. So it seems to be not such a hazardous waste shipment. But if you go a bit lower and you dig into that into the load of the truck, then it comes to unknown illegal waste mixture, and this is not in line with the agreement that this truck had. He had only the agreement to transport a clean, or let's say not mixed rubber from old tires. But I guess you also come across these modus operandi. Yes, some words maybe about the use of drones, because as I saw in the agenda, it's a topic of this seminar. Also in Austria, the drones are used. You can see some slides here. It's about a waste collector who collects and manages old car tires. And if you see on the bottom left picture, between those big containers, you can see a whole big load of old car tires. And without the drone, you would not see that, because around the property is a high fence, and you only see containers, but you do not really know what happens behind the fence. So those drones are very good for giving a regular information what is going on the property of those waste collectors, and are they still in line with the allowances. Some statistical data from 2021, waste shipment road checks, checks of waste shipments in total. In the year of 2021, we had 1,554 road checks, illegal fine sanctions, 75, illegal report to the authority, 40, and 14 times the whole shipment had to be stopped. It was not allowed to proceed. So roughly around 7%, a bit more than 7% in the year of 2021 of total checked shipments were illegal. Most shipped waste in Austria or from Austria and to Austria: metal scrap, mineral waste, paper, cardboard, tires and rubber, wood and plastics. And then I got a list here about the countries involved in illegal shipments. Mainly the countries which are in our neighborhood. So meaning countries which were really close, neighboring to Austria, or which are not very far away, like the Balkan region. So those are the main countries which are involved in illegal shipments, which concerns Austria. I cannot remember here now a case where Greece and Austria was together involved in an illegal shipment. I can't know, and it doesn't make really a sense for me. There's no need, I think, for shipping from Austria to Greece or the other way around. Criminal case reports, court convictions on illegal waste shipments from the year 2014 to the year of 2022. I don't have the number of 2023 by now. You can see that's the reports from the police to the prosecutor, beginning with 28 reports, unintentional, from 2014. So it is more or less it remains stable, except I would say except in 2018 we had surprisingly a low number of reports. And in the year of 2021, we had surprisingly a high number of reports, intentional illegal waste shipment. On a more even lower stage, we got the reports on negligence illegal waste shipment. It's an own article in our penal law. Court conviction, intentional. This is very low, as you could say. So if you just see the year of 2022, from 26 reports from the Austrian police to the judiciary, from those 26, there was only one court conviction left at the very end. It does not mean that those companies get no fine at all. It just means that, let's say, those remaining 25 did not get a criminal law fine, but those remaining 25, then of course this whole case went back to the administrative authority, and the persons or companies got then administrative fines. It just means that the fulfillment of the criteria of the criminal law were not proven totally, so those cases were then rejected. But nevertheless, I see there is a relatively poor prosecution and convictions. 14 the explanation is a bit like we got 14 prosecution officers in Austria and 5 with nominated environmental crime prosecutor. So the other 9 prosecution officers have actually low experience to no experience. So any prosecutor can actually get that case. And as you know, of course, those cases are very hard to tackle, complex, working together with different administrations, hard to get the proof. You have to be an experienced prosecutor, I mean, in order to really do the necessary steps in order to prosecute very good. So we are hoping still that we get more nominated environmental crime prosecutors in Austria. Okay, this brings me to the end. It was a very, I think, a broad insight of the Austrian situation and broad topics. I hope you learned something and there was something for you which you can benefit from. In any case, you can contact me. I got my email here, my phone number, and so yeah, I'm maybe not probably not in the further seminar today because I have a different commitment, but I am reachable, and yeah, hope that it was quite fitting in this seminar. I will now stop sharing.
Okay, Carl, thank you very much. I think it was very interesting for us, all this overall view about the European directive and all the European programs against the environmental crime. I don't know if any of my colleagues have any question, remark, comment. Yes. Stavro, just a moment, Carl, we have a question for you. Σταύρο, σε παρακαλώ πες το όνομά σου και την ιδιότητά σου.
Hello, my name is Stavros Lavos, inspector of the environment in Greece. I'd like to ask you about the prosecutor. If the prosecutor is a specialist one, specialized in environmental crime or environmental matters in general, or is a general prosecutor for strikes in general?
Eleni?
Yes, Carl.
Yes,
Can we
Eleni,
hear
could you?
him or not?
No, I could not understand fully. Could you repeat maybe the question?
Yes, my colleague asked if the prosecutors you have in Austria is specialized on environmental crime, or if they are prosecutors for general crimes.
Yeah. The answer is very simple. The prosecutors that we have in Austria are for general crime. In all prosecution offices, they deal with all forms of crime. And then we have 5 prosecution offices, which those prosecutors for general crime have additional topic of environmental crime, but they are not only for environmental crime. So we don't have any prosecutors in Austria which work just in environmental crime. That's not the case. All of the prosecutors work in general crime, and only 5 of them are, let's say, they are then the so-called specialists because they have a bit of a more experience. But even for those 5 additional prosecutors, the situation could be better.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes, Alexia. Another colleague of mine.
Yeah.
And this Alexia, environmental inspector and something please. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's very interesting. 2 things. If I understood correctly, you have already formulated a degree to help you implement the new environmental directive, specifying key attributes and key weights or quantities, specifying limits maybe. You mentioned something like that for this topic. And degree implement environmental crime directive, the new environmental crime directive.
Eleni,
Yes, Carl, yes.
could you please
Yes,
repeat
okay,
again?
I'm gonna repeat it. Yes. First of all,
Yes.
if you have published a degree special for the new environmental for the new environmental directive.
If I have what?
National law.
If you have published a national law or a degree, okay, for the presidential degree for the new environmental directive. I think it's according to the national strategy, Alexia, or not? Or you mean about something else? Okay. So, Carl, I don't know if it is okay for you to hear the translation.
Στρατηγική ήταν νομοθέτημα για να απόφαση κάτι.
Αυτό.
Για τις ποσότητες. Γιατί κάτι ανέφερε για ίδια αποβλήτων και ποσότητες.
Okay, so. Okay. So if you have already established, let's say, a presidential degree, in order to help you to implement the new environmental directive, as far as the quantities of waste it concerns. I mean, let's say, as far as I can understand, above that quantity, this is a crime, or this is a hazardous quantity of waste.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Those are two different topics. The new Environmental Crime Directive was introduced by the Commission, I think, just a few weeks ago. But in Austria, and I guess not India, even in the other member states, there are no substantial steps taken implementing this new directive. At the moment, this new directive is in Austria in the Ministry of Justice, because the Ministry of Justice has the responsibility of implementing new law. I guess it's the same situation also in Greece, that this new Environmental Crime Directive now is in the hands of the Ministry of Justice, which has to take the next steps in order to liaise with the other ministries to implement this new directive. So this is the approach now in Austria. Ministry of Justice reaches out now to the other ministries in order to implement this new directive. But at the moment, not a lot of steps were done at the moment in Austria of implementing this new directive. So this is the first thing. And when it comes to a decree concerning the amounts, the quantities, such a decree was already introduced by the Ministry of Environment, I think even 10 years ago, to make it more precise which quantity is needed in order to make a waste act a criminal case or not a criminal case. So, and this decree is in German, but I have no problem to send it to you, where you can then even see the amounts. You know, like you can see, let's say, end-of-life vehicles. You have to identify 5 pieces of environmental of end-of-life vehicles to make this illegal behavior a crime. Or when it comes to car batteries, old car batteries, it says, I don't know by heart, but it says a certain amount of kilo, and then you have a crime. But I really I can offer Eleni that I sent this decree.
Yes.
It is in German, but maybe you have a possibility to translate it, and you can see the amounts which is necessary to relate in a relation to the waste which is needed.
I think that would be very, very helpful for us. Just a moment, because Alexia has to add something. Alexia.
Yes.
Actually, what I was asking for the decree was new, so we have since 10 years ago. That was my next question, and you have already answered it. What is the distinction between administrative infringement and criminal offenses? And we have positively more collective criteria. So you have already answered this. Thank you very much. We would very much appreciate if you put forward this degree you have and given in German. Thank you very much.
Is that okay, Carl?
Yeah, I could not understand fully.
No, it's the fact that Alexia wanted to ask you which is the difference between the administrative offenses and the criminal sanctions in your country, but you have already answered because you have this quantitative, let's say, criteria. And if you send to us this decree, that would be very good for us, because in our new legislation, we have to identify which, let's say, infringement is serious, which is non-very serious, okay, which is, just to have the idea of what you are doing in your country. That would be very helpful for us. So even in German, I think that would be fine. Wonderful, okay.
I fully agree, yeah.
Sorry?
I fully agree.
Okay, okay, thank you. Any other remark, comment, question? Έχετε κάτι άλλο να προσθέσετε? I don't think that I can see any hand from our colleagues online or in the chat something. So thank you very much, Carl. It was very helpful for us. I'm sorry that you didn't manage to come to Greece, but who knows, next time you are welcome here. Okay, thank you very, very much.
Eleni, thank you. All colleagues, thank you for participating, for listening. And I'm really looking forward to come next time in person, because I would like to have a glass of Retsina with you together. And then we could liaise better even. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Bye, Carl. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, bye.
Bye, bye-bye.
Okay. So now we have two opportunities. The first one is to go upstairs and have some food for further thought afterwards. Or if you want, we can go on with the questions to Giuseppe. But I think that it's better to have a food, eh? Okay, okay. So just half a minute, is that, half an hour, is that okay for you? Είναι εντάξει μισή ώρα να κάνουμε για να μην, γιατί μας έχει πάρει, Okay, so just half an hour for lunch. Okay. Εντάξει, είμαστε
Ναι,
έτοιμοι.
μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε.
Μπορούμε. Okay.
Okay. You can change.
Μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε.
Συνάδελφοι, νομίζω μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε το τελευταίο μέρος του σεμιναρίου μας. Είναι καλύτερα να ξεκινήσουμε με την παρουσίαση του κυρίου Ήμρε και μετά θα κάνουμε τις ερωτήσεις μας και για τις δύο παρουσιάσεις μαζί, του κυρίου Σκορμπάτ και του κυρίου Ήμρε. So, Kekeli, it's your turn. Okay, and you will present good practices of Hungary in fighting waste crimes, the waste radar application at the nest.
Yes,
Okay. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
thank you very much. Thank you, Eleni. And good afternoon for everybody. I hope you, maybe I pull this a little bit closer. So, thank you very much for inviting me, for your kind hospitality. It's really nice to be here. And I hope I will be able to present you some
Good afternoon to you.
interesting things.
Because from online.
Okay. That's fine. First of all, my name is Gergely Imre. I work for the National Bureau of Investigation in Hungary. Okay. Yeah, as you can see our headquarters. So basically my background is law enforcement. I work for the Hungarian police for more than 20 years, and out of which I spent 13 years investigating environmental crimes. So what, from the aspect I will be able to talk is the point of view of the police, how we see waste crimes, how we deal with it back in Hungary, and it's a little bit difficult for me when I'm requested to talk about good practices in Hungary, because I always think that we have so many things to develop, and the whole system, how it operates, is not necessarily, I guess, a good practice. But in some areas of it, I have to say that we have some good practices. So I picked up two. First is the National Environmental Security Task Force. It's from the previous presenter, Mr. Freudenberger. You could hear that what this is really all about. So I guess he gave me a hand, so I don't have to go into the details in all of my slides. But this is really something essential. I mean, investigating environmental crimes requires such a specific knowledge, what we police investigators don't have. So it is really crucial that we are able to work closely together with the environmental agencies. And this is something we set up to work with. And I could only just recommend for every country to develop such a cooperation framework. Plus, I guess you heard it few times today that we have a new environmental crime directive, and based upon its regulation, it is not a luxury for EU member states to set up such a cooperation frameworks. It's an obligation, or it will be an obligation in the near future. The second thing I will talk about is the waste radar application. It's a mobile application designed by the Ministry of Energy in Hungary. This is a platform for the public to report waste crimes. So I will address this issue as well and what plans we have with this application. So let's start. I was thinking where to start, how to jump into the topic. I was thinking that maybe I can present you with the organizational structure of Hungary in this field, but I choose maybe to go on with a little bit of comparison between the two countries and a little bit speaking about how the waste industry is running in our country and what do we experience. So this is a quick comparison. I don't know how accurate the numbers are, but just to let you know a little bit, we are, as you can see, the population size of Hungary is close to Greece. We are a little bit less. We have a little bit less land area. But as you can see, we rotate ourselves a little bit faster, so the life expectancy is a little bit less. But anyway, what is really important is I guess the location of the country. In this sense, we are in between Western Europe and Southeast Europe, so we are a transit country. We experience a lot of transits on our roads with waste on the cargo. So and with waste management facts, we have, as you can see on the slide, 65 landfills operating in the country, one waste to energy plant. We have 38 facilities for biological and mechanical treatment of waste. We have 240 recycling centers, and the general waste, municipal waste production is around 400 kilograms per person per year. I guess it's a little bit less than in Greece. So this is how the industry is built up, but going a little bit closer to our topic, and as I predicted previously, we are located in the transit way between West and East, and what you can see basically on this map is the outcomes of an operation. Eleni knows it well. We organized last year a regional operation, which was sort of a inspection campaign for controlling of waste shipments, and the arrows. First, the countries with the blue color participated in this operation, carrying out an enhanced number of inspections in this field. The arrows were driven by the most significant seizures we detected throughout the operation. So you can see that the majority of the positive inspections were conducted on shipments from Western Europe to Eastern Europe, and we are quite in the middle of this transit. What you can also see is rubber and plastic is the most used color in these shipments, but we could also identify metal and RDF, food waste and textile, electronic waste, and basically all type of waste throughout this operation. What will follow is some sort of the product of if we don't identify these shipments on the roads. because back home, I try to press a little bit our government to put a little bit more efforts on controlling the shipments on the roads. Because if we don't do it, we miss the possibility to return the waste to its origin and let them be disposed of in the territory of our country. So and it has its implications. What you can see on this chart is basically the crime records of Hungary, the official data produced issued by the Ministry of Interior. The red columns were generated by counting all of the crimes committed in our country, all type of crimes, and we divided this number with 1,000. The blue columns are representing the number of waste crimes we detected in our country, and as you can see, over the last decade, the general trend was a strong decrease. So the number of crimes we detected in our country practically halved over 10 years, but waste crimes are not. They are in a strong increase. They tripled over the same period. This is partly the reason that we accept a lot of shipments from Western European countries. Of course, the public is more sensitive. We have more reports, and the waste radar application I will present is also contributing to this rise in the numbers. But definitely we see that we have in the country more waste than the capacities legally can manage. So, and what are these crimes? What you can see on this slide is quite an old data. It's an analysis. We made it in 2016. So the numbers at this year, I'm pretty sure that it's not. It's a little bit different, but the trends are quite the same, I believe. What we did was we started to analyze all the investigations carried out at that year and categorizing the type of crimes the police was handling. What we saw was that the majority of the investigations were carried out to fly tipping or illegal dumping. We also saw less, but some investigations carried out to manipulations with, let's say, managing waste without any proper licenses. We saw some illegal burning activities. Yeah, sometimes we could not really identify it from our databases, and some cases with sewage water, which is another type of crime in our country. But one of the most significant realization what we saw is that there were no single investigation due to exceeding the license limitations of waste management facilities. Also, there were no investigations because of misclassification of waste and illegal exports. So this was a huge problem because these three latter are intellectual crimes, and they are indicating, this fact was indicating that the police is focusing on the crimes that is easy to identify. It is easy to rely on the public's activity and investigate simple crimes. So this was a problem we had to handle, and we were pretty sure that these crimes are happening in our country. We just who don't have the capacity to go after those. So what we came up with was that we have to build a strong cooperation between the police and the administrative environmental authorities, because because in these cases we will have the professional experiences to fight organized crimes and the professional experience in identification of intellectual crimes, infringement offenses together, so we will be able to detect these type of offenses. The second thing, what we had also identified, that there is an immense number of illegal dumping in our country going on, and maybe we should focus on this. So the waste radar application is partly due to this. So yeah, some pictures. It's as I'm pretty sure you could identify, it's rubber waste. It's Austrian rubber waste, and as you can see, there are not many proper facilities to manage these waste around. This is a picture made from an ongoing investigation, so I won't be able to talk in depth about this. But what I can say is that we identified a criminal network, and they together brought to the country 1 million cubic meters of waste tires illegally. That single one criminal network. It ended up with launching 4 investigations in our country parallel, and we are working on it. But this is something we can prevent. And these are just pictures from illegal sites. These are Italian origin native waste, municipal waste. Yeah, it's funny that Carl from Austria, Austrian rubber waste, and it was not deliberate. Yeah, and Zeppa from Italy. Yeah, this is something also going. Yeah, this is also a problem. Mixing plastic waste together with municipal waste, and yeah, they shouldn't have brought to the country with an Annex 7 document. Yeah, but so yeah, they were just some pictures. But now I will turn on to a little bit draw the picture how the organizational structure of us is. So these were the problems, and now try to picture you how the police is set up to fight environmental crimes, and I will turn on slightly to the next topic. So as you can see, it's an oversimplified structure. Where I work is the National Bureau of Investigation, there at the left bottom box. We have the possibility to investigate environmental crimes, but we deal with the major crimes. The majority of the of waste crimes or all type of environmental crimes are investigated by the local police stations. We have 157, I guess, of them. No, the local police station. Yeah. One single central bureau, and yeah, we have to know that local police stations doesn't have separate units for fighting environmental crimes. Only the one single unit dedicated to this specific area is the environmental crime unit of the NBI. As you can see, we are not too many, 11 investigators, and we are we are placed under the, let's say, economic crimes area. We deal with all type of environmental crimes. I listed on the slide. But I have to say that waste crimes is our major concern. So this is definitely in our focus right now. What we do basically is carrying out criminal investigations. We focus on organized crimes or serious crimes. We work on national competence. We engage in international cooperations directly. And we have to carry out strategic tasks because this is not a crime field that goes without strategic planning. So it's so when it comes to strategic issues, we and I'm lucky that Carl did his presentation before me. So now you are expert in what impact is. We are implementing these activities at national level. We provide expert assistance for the government when justice and home affairs negotiations are taking place before the council. We are taking part in international projects, mainly ISF, but some life projects as well. We are coordinating a task force, which is, well, let's say we have it's the headquarters are in Bucharest for SELEC, which is the South European Law Enforcement Center. And it has different task forces. The Environment and Nature-Related Crimes Task Force was founded in 2009, and since its establishment is coordinated by us. It's a cooperation framework, and it is essential in a way because Europol provides a very good cooperation network for the EU member states. But for the non-EU member state European countries, it is still a good way to work together. This framework provided us the possibility to organize that TOX operation I mentioned. But anyway, we are organizing environmental crime trainings. So we thought that it's not good that the local police staff is not trained to investigate environmental crimes. It cannot work like this. So so we started a training program. We invite from certain regions in the country colleagues from different authorities like customs, disaster management authority, police, national park rangers, environmental authorities, and so on, from the same region, and we train them together. The reason is during this training they meet each other personally, because many times the problem is that they don't know each other, they don't know who to call, and it causes some problems. So they meet each other, and they get to know each other's work, because for police officers sometimes it's not clear what the environmental agencies are doing, and the other way around. Sometimes environmental inspectors don't really know how they can involve the police in their work. What information is enough for the police to jump in and to investigate a case? How they can cooperate on the field together? So this is what we started to do, and we successfully ran a program, and we will continue it next year with now 3 different specific fields. And we are coordinating the National Environmental Task Force, but I will talk about it in details later on. These are the the authorities in environmental protection in our country. So when it comes to permit issuing, we have, well, it's not this specific topic, but the Site Management Authority, we have the base of contact point, and the government offices, they are the environmental authorities in Hungary. I have to say, and this is, it is not a good practice. We have independent government offices in our country, and we don't have a central authority above them. So they are working separately from each other. Therefore, we have many differences in understanding the legal framework, which we try to change with our training program. The control, the detection of offenses, crimes, infringements are belonging to several agencies. You can see on the slide, and the investigations, as I told you, we have the police when it is coming to criminal cases, and the government offices when the cases are restricted in the level of infringements. Because I heard the previous questions, I'd like to say now it's that we also have a distinction in our legal system between infringements and crimes, and it is like this: when the waste to which an illegal activity is carried out is hazardous, that's crime, no matter of the quantity. When it is not necessarily damaging the environment, but still waste, it is, we have two possible identification or definition to quantity. It is 1,000 kilograms, below that infringement, above crime, or when the area at which the waste is deposited off, it reaches 10 square meters, it's above crime, below infringement. It's simple as that. Yes. When yeah, it was the year when environmental crime became a priority. We did a survey in our country to see how the organizations in fighting environmental crimes are operating, and we saw a lot of problems we have to bridge out, and these were lack of central professional guidance and strategy in enforcement. We heard a lot about strategy. Instability, we saw an instability in the system because everything was changing. We saw a huge separation of the relevant actors because the authorities are divided into below different ministries. We saw a low level of qualification and knowledge and experience in fighting environmental crimes, an inefficient data flow, and an inadequate data process. Sorry, and these were the problems we identified. So we started to work on possible solutions, and so we reached out to Interpol's NEST concept. Carl talked about it just before me. Yeah, we did it before Austria, I guess 2 years before Austria. These were the steps we used. So we asked for some funds we need, and we carried out a needs assessment. That was practically a meeting with all the stakeholders and to see what we need. Basically, it was the process I showed you with this list of problems. And we did some study visits. These were quite important. we visited France, the UK, and Spain to see how they are organized, how they are dealing with this type of crimes. We picked up with the French system because they have a nest structure. Our legal system is very similar to the French one, and basically it fitted our legal framework. So this is why we went on this way. And the formation of the structure was in 2021. Who are participating this cooperation framework? The Ministry of Agriculture, the Customs, the police. We are included. Personally, I'm chairing this framework. The Ministry of Energy, National Directorate General for Disaster Management, the Pest County Government Office, and this is pointing to something which is not necessarily the best. We have 19 other government offices lacking from the system. It would have been too difficult to bring all of the government offices inside. We picked up the Pest County Government Office. The reason, because they are entitled to control the transboundary waste shipments throughout all the country. We have the National Food Chain Safety Office, and also we have special partners, NGOs. Most significant are the BirdLife Hungary and Traffic. These are nature conservation organizations. How we work together, what you can see on this slide. So the organizations who have many colleagues to work on environmental crime field are pointing to a number of staff who sit in the commission of this task force. This is the strategic level of the forum. Basically, we have or the memorandum of understanding we signed says that we have annual meetings. In general, in practice, we meet 2 times a year. This level is for strategic for preparing strategy and gives professional guidance. As an extra, we have 2 executive groups. These are the operational forums. If we identify the case where we need a certain cooperation, this is the forum we can discuss topics. These can meet as much as single cases or operations require. And these are the fields of the cooperation we have. So we are for to maintain cooperation between the partner organizations, to develop and operate an information sharing system, create a training program. This is what I just mentioned. Also create a common strategy, which will be an obligation. We couldn't do it so far. But anyway, we are planning to carry out a specific threat assessment in our country in environmental crimes. And based on this threat assessment, are we planning to build up our strategy? We are implementing impact operations within the circle of the nest at national level. So everything that comes from Europol or from that part, we bring it in front of the nest, and we identify jointly what to do, how to participate in different operational actions. We haven't done it, but we are to jointly apply for funds and to compose legislative proposals together. And yes, this was the topic of the nest, this cooperation network. And now I jump to the other topic of my presentation. I have to be honest with you, this is not specifically my area of expertise. So if you have later on some questions concerning this, I might not be able to answer them properly, but I promise I will write the questions down and give you the answers later on. But anyway, what I can present of this mobile application, it's in Hungarian, it's hulladékradar, which is waste radar, is that that we saw that there are a lot of illegal sites, illegal dumping in the country. So it is best to detect them as soon as possible, and to gather all the information regarding them, to analyze them later on, and to use that as risk management data. So what we saw is that to combat these type of crimes, the public awarenesses are quite a strong possibility to use. And because of the digitalization, because everybody has, we cannot live now without our cell phones, it's we can combine these two and try to let's say ask the public to report all the crimes they detect. So so this application was started to be designed in 2020, and it was financed from a project run by the Ministry of Energy. And as I told you, it asked the residents to report the illegal dumping sites. It can be installed to Apple iPhones and also to Android systems. This application has a certain criteria asking you of, but I will talk about it in the following slides. But the true benefit of it is keeping statistical data, and it is now reporting directly to the competent authorities. So let's see. Once you download this application, you are asked to register. So it's a nickname and an email address. Of course, it's a standard procedure. You are asked to verify yourself, and once you have it installed on your cell phone, you can easily notify the competent authorities once you encounter such an illegal dumping. You can take some photos of the waste, and the GPS data is pointing in the report your location with a 500 meters range location. You are also asked to point out the quantity of the waste, which not an expert person cannot do it, of course, properly, but still some gross data can be put. And yeah, these are the pictures taken from the display of the application. So many times you don't have to write anything, just tick on different boxes. So it's quite easy, quite fluent to go through and report a crime. It takes only a few minutes. I believe that now we have 33,000 users users, and it's the second, because the first version was 1.0 of the application was a test, but now we have 1.5, and it is now designed to send the notification reports directly to the authorities that have the competence to act based on the GPS data. So it is immediately arriving to the authorities. I think it's, this is not so important, but what is more important, I believe, in this case, that these data can be used in two ways. First, it is showing the risk zones where most of the dumping is carried out. But for an investigator, more important is that these risk zones can be used for undercover operations. So we can, after analyzing the data, we will be able to locate some focus points, some focus roads at which we can install hidden cameras, we can do surveillances, and we can identify the perpetrators. Because many times, only discovering the illegal waste is not necessarily solve the problem of preventing further crimes. Fines will be posed for the owner of the land, but that's it. The true perpetrator of the offenses will not be discovered. But if we use these location data and we use them with a mind of an organized crime investigator, and we have the possibility to use undercover specific tools, we will be able to identify those perpetrators and carry out successful investigations in the future, for which NEST is giving the cooperation possibility. So these topics are attached in this way. And yes, I think this was it from my side. So thank you very much for listening. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay. So really, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very helpful, especially this nest scene you have to create. Δεν ξέρω αν έχετε κάποιες ερωτήσεις. Do you have any comments, questions? And I think we can make questions for the first presentation we had about artificial intelligence. We can have both for the two presentations. Ναι, Alexia, yes.
Very much for the presentation. Just one question. You showed us a slide with the best stakeholders. And where you only discuss what's government system. Where do the government agencies come in this structure or inspectorate?
Yes. Maybe I was not so clear. The government offices are no. Previously, 10 years ago, we had an inspectorate system, but our government decided to merge these inspectorates into the government offices. So basically, they are located in the government offices. So when you saw Pest County Government Office. That means also that the inspectorate for the Pest County is inside that.
Structurally within the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Energy.
No, we have a separate ministry for I haven't used that word in English so far. We have a ministry for the government administration at municipal level. And they are the supervisors of the government offices. So it's super problematic because the Ministry of Energy is the supervisor of the waste management authorities at a professional level, but they are at structure belonging to a different ministry, to this ministry I just mentioned. So I haven't told that seeing that this is a problem, and specifically transboundary shipping is a problem for the country. I've been campaigning for the government for a few years now to set up a specific unit to fight these type of crimes. And at this moment, what I can see is that in August there will be a high stakeholder meeting. So the ministers will meet from many ministries to negotiate my proposal to set up a waste control action group. This will be merged, hopefully, by our unit, expanded, and the Pest County Government Office, expanded. So it will be a specially dedicated unit to do inspections on the road to control the waste shipments that are passing through our country or ending up in our country. That will partly solve the problem, I believe, because in that case, because this is meant to be a joint unit, the communication will go directly. I hope I could answer your question.
Okay, then, is there any question? Okay. Okay, that's it then. Nothing else. So thank you very much. Δεν έχουμε, ευχαριστούμε για την παρουσίαση. Αυτά. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for coming here with us. That was the end of our seminar. Αυτό ήταν το τέλος λοιπόν των σεμιναρίων μας. Για αυτή την περίοδο σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που παρακολουθήσατε αυτά τα σεμινάρια. Ελπίζω κάτι να σας έχουν αφήσει. Για όλους εσάς που ρωτάτε για τα πιστοποιητικά, θα σας έρθει ένα φύλλο αξιολόγησης, το οποίο θέλω πρώτα να συμπληρώσετε. Επειδή δεν είχαμε τόσο πολύ ευγενικά μηνύματα από εσάς, απλά να σας ενημερώσω ότι θα έρθει η αξιολόγηση, απλά με όλη αυτή τη διοργάνωση που κάναμε δεν έχουμε προλάβει να τη στείλουμε. Θα σας τη στείλουμε και μετά θα πάρετε τα πιστοποιητικά σας. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Ελπίζω να τα ξαναπούμε. Τα τηλέφωνα μας είναι πάντα στην διάθεσή σας. Μπορούν από εδώ να... Μόνο για τη διοργάνωση. Οπότε άμα πάρετε εδώ και σκανάρετε, στο πρόγραμμα έχει από πίσω, μπορείτε να σκανάρετε για να αξιολογήσετε τη διοργάνωση. Αυτό είναι για την εταιρεία που έχει αναλάβει τη διοργάνωση. Άμα θέλετε να κάνετε αυτή... Δεν είναι η αξιολόγηση του περιεχομένου των σεμιναρίων, είναι η αξιολόγηση της εταιρείας. Λοιπόν, σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Thank you very much for your coming here. It was a really pleasure for me. And for the inspectorate, thank you very much, and I hope to see you soon, very, very soon here again in our premises. Thank you very much.